The Art of Being Bullied. Reframing Trauma, One Masterpiece at a Time. Written by Raymond J. Bruni. Narrated by the author. Go to rightbrainrain.com/pictures to view the artwork featured in this book. Introduction. In the unsettling quiet of the old gym locker room, an eerie atmosphere hung heavy as I returned, breathless, from yet another solitary game of fetch. Urgency pounded in my chest. I was desperate to get dressed and evade the tardy slip awaiting me in my speech class. Yet deep down, I knew I wouldn't make it in time. The coach's warning echoed. Anyone skipping the post-gym shower ritual faces demerits. Reluctantly, I shed my clothes, clutching soap and towel, and stepped barefoot onto the cold, unforgiving concrete steps leading to the murky showers below. With each downward step, the temperature plummeted, sending shivers down my spine. An ominous feeling settled over me when I suddenly realized I wasn't alone down here. Everyone should be heading to their next class by now, yet four figures loomed amidst the cascading steam. Passing two of them cautiously, I sought refuge beneath a shower head, turning the rusty knob. Instantly, an ice blast assaulted my senses, making me gasp from the cold. Then I felt an unwelcome presence on my shoulder, the hand of Damian Pierce. "Hey, girly boy, come here." His taunting voice sliced through the air as I instinctively winced. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, two others joined in, Ace Bartram and Russ Salina, conspiring to drag me from the safety of the shower spray. "What the hell is your problem?" They ignored my protests, and the three forcibly grabbed my shoulders and arms, forcing me down to my knees. They subjected me to a grotesque ritual, their flaccid penises slapping my face with contemptuous malice. At that moment, the truth hit me like a ton of bricks. This entire ordeal was a setup, a sinister scheme orchestrated by the arrogant jock Jensen Tate. He had deliberately planned for me to return to the locker room after the class had already showered, dressed, and left. Knowing that the sophomores seldom used this gym and its showers, this was his only opportunity, and he recruited three friends to help him carry it out. One who wasn't even in this gym class. Amidst the steam cascading through the showers, his naked figure materialized. Tate, a paragon of arrogance, his rather small penis hard and his eyes gleaming with an evil intent that sent shivers coursing through my very being. With a chilling declaration, he announced my fate. "Today's the day this faggot learns to suck cock." 47 years later, I'm about to guide you through one hell of a quest. I refuse to use the word journey to describe my ordeal because journeys recount traveling from one place to another. I insist on using the word quest, defined as a long, arduous trek in search of something. Long and arduous are the precise adjectives for this search. A search for something that lasted more than 40 years. That something is healing. Bullies terrorized me throughout the 1970s. For 10 years, day after day, I was the prime target of what I can only describe as masters of the craft, Catholic school kids. Bullied mercilessly from the 3rd grade until the moment I walked across the stage in that cap and gown to receive my high school diploma in June of 1980. Yet this circle of tormentors isn't confined to just my classmates alone. A broader cast of diabolical characters was aiding and abetting. Teachers, nuns, priests, coaches, even that retro hippie who drove the daily yellow tour of torture, the school bus. Each was culpable. They were individuals you might naturally assume would defend me and stand in my corner. You'd be gravely mistaken. Perhaps the cruelest irony was realizing that one of my fiercest bullies was hiding in plain sight in what should have been my sanctuary, my own home. Sure, I've been called gay Ray countless thousands of times. As hurtful as it was, it paled in comparison to the more sinister forms of abuse I faced. The harrowing ordeal of regular humiliation in front of my gym classmates with a perverse game of fetch. That calculated, premeditated sexual assault in the locker room shower. The absolute terror of a regular and fierce, free-for-all speech class. Those pit vipers calling themselves nuns who caused irreparable mental and emotional distress with their twisted discipline in the name of Jesus. The school bus driver who tried to get me to join him in some gay group sex. And one particular bully so mentally deranged that his killing spree of horror made national headlines. It's not enough for me that I survived the bullying. I could survive a plane crash yet remain in a coma for the rest of my life. That, to me, is not surviving. Surviving must lead to healing, and my quest to heal has led me to a most unlikely place. The game changer for me. Surfing the internet, I stumbled upon something called a text-to-image generator. It creates images via artificial intelligence. Quite simply, it's astounding software. Write a prompt, as simple or precise as you care to be, and then the magic happens. Prompt: create a scene in the painting style reminiscent of Gustave Courbet, featuring rough textures and bold brushstrokes of a young red-haired boy whispering into the ear of a priest as if he's giving his first confession. And in less than 10 seconds, this is what appears. The illustration is titled "Can't Say It Out Loud" and is a pastel on paper of a young red-haired boy whispering into the ear of a priest. I nearly fell to the floor when this flashed on my computer screen. It's breathtaking. Software that transforms mere descriptions into jaw-dropping visual art. I'm a right-brain rainmaker, someone who's a cloudburst of creativity, and I was flabbergasted. Prompt therapy. And that's when I realized I could tell my story with the visual aid of magnificent works of art. Art that I create with some precise prompting outlining every detail. Creating these art pieces completely shifted the paradigm on my healing process. It's like art therapy on steroids. No talk therapy, no drugs, no treatment has given me the incredible lift, the enormous connection with higher vibrations, and the overwhelming healing effect of bringing these memories to life. Reframing this trauma through my own prompt therapy gave me an entirely new perspective on my past. Each piece, even a painful one, is like an old friend to me, and the value they bring me in healing is immeasurable. How this may help you heal. Let's acknowledge something universal. We've all encountered trauma, leaving many of us deeply wounded. Perhaps your own trauma stems from the loss of a loved one, a tragic accident that left emotional marks, or the harrowing effects of post-traumatic stress experienced by soldiers. For others, it could be the lifelong journey of recovering from sexual abuse or the growing impact of terrorism. Whatever the origin of your pain, I believe the transformative power of creating your own masterpieces will reframe your trauma and may actually facilitate healing, just as it has for me. What our brain does. In this book, I also illustrate exactly what my brain was doing during each of those traumatic moments. My mind used every trick in the book to protect me from trauma and allow me to cope with my reality. It caused me to forget critical events and even forced me off the road decades later in a harrowing Hollywood ordeal. I reveal its tricks. I do want to make one thing clear before we begin. To the best of my recollection, every story recounted here is the unvarnished truth. Nothing I've written is fabricated. Nothing is embellished. I've lived through every recounted moment. Only the names are changed. However, when it comes to the visuals, the illustrations, the artwork, they range from straightforward depictions to exaggerated, fantastical, even ludicrous interpretations of my story. I experiment with a wide variety of art styles, from impressionism to anime. Look no further than the red-headed portrayals of myself in these images. I appear a lot cooler and far better looking than reality might suggest. Call it artistic freedom, or maybe a case of vanity gone wild. I make no apologies. After all, doesn't everyone crave a glimpse of their own awesomeness? With the support of AI, the art of being bullied transcends a mere account of being picked on. It allows me to reinterpret the memories of my past and actually discover a path through art and storytelling towards a semblance of healing. In many ways, this journey is yours as well. After all, we all navigate that razor-thin line between bully and bullied. A life lesson from Ray. Keep a handful of courage in your pocket. It's the secret to turning impossible into I'm possible. Gallery 1, Behind the Veil, The Mask of Shame. The illustration is a Baroque, hyper-realism digital painting. It shows a young red-haired boy wearing a mask to cover his face. At its core, bullying is fundamentally about one emotion, shame. It's an exercise in shaming others. a manifestation of the bully's inability to accept or connect with differences they perceive in others. This act of shaming serves to sever connections, targeting any attribute that deviates from their accepted norms, be it weight, skin color, freckles, religion, perceived sexuality, attire, or a myriad of other differences. The bully's goal is obvious: use these differences to isolate and alienate. For me personally, this manifested as a trifecta of shame triggers. First, my red hair and freckles. There's nothing I can do about that. Second, they targeted me as weak. No confidence in myself at all. I was castigated for not embodying the traditional masculine archetype of strength. Mothers are the nurturers. Fathers are the warriors. My father should have sent me into the world ready to face anything, yet he didn't. He failed. And I was up against all those boys whose fathers taught them how to be aggressive and fight. And third, I have this right brain way of thinking that veers from the conventional. My thought process, inherently creative and intuitive rather than linear, often sets me apart, even today, especially in my professional life. I process the world visually, so I must translate these images into words, a conversion that sometimes muddles the message. Physically, my right brain can sometimes manifest itself in mannerisms some might see as slightly effeminate. These negatively viewed aspects of my identity have forced me to construct a facade unconsciously. For the better part of my childhood and beyond, I wrapped myself in a mask, a carefully curated persona I believed might shield me from the arrows of judgment and ridicule. This mask was my armor against the world's gaze, a barrier I hoped would keep my true self hidden. Ironically, the shield I crafted for protection was never as impenetrable as I had hoped. Some kids thought I was stuck up or just arrogant. They told me so. My inauthenticity only seemed to intensify the bullying. So this mask was, in essence, a transparent veil, a disguise so thin that the contours of my true self were visible to those who dared to look closely. Despite my efforts to obscure my vulnerabilities and blend into the background, the uniqueness of my identity, my creativity, my sensitivity, my diverse thinking shone through, piercing the veil of normalcy I tried to uphold. The transparency of this mask revealed an unforeseen truth. Our attempts to hide, conform, and shield ourselves from the pain of being seen as different often leads us more exposed. This leads me to a more profound truth I realized in the last few years. Our differences are, in fact, our assets, not our liabilities. They're not a burden, but a treasure. It's like the tale of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. He was bullied because of his nose. Consequently, he could not join in the reindeer games with the others. I'm convinced that those torturous years where I was utterly rejected by everyone around me has somehow inoculated me to the urge to join in the reindeer games, now that the herd finally accepts me. The seductive allure of fame, fortune, and power has no hold on me, and I am eternally grateful for that. I measure the real value in my career by the quality of the friends I've acquired throughout the years. As a child, friendship was a concept I scarcely understood, given I had so few and because of my propensity to push people away. Only after learning the value of being a true friend, I began to cultivate meaningful relationships. I admit being my friend is no small feat, as I often escape into my head, a habit developed in childhood for refuge and security. I'm actively working on this aspect of myself, and I deeply appreciate my friends offering me their patience and understanding. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. My first bully revealed himself just days after I was born. The psychology of shame. The psychology of shame in bullied children is a complex and profoundly impactful phenomenon. Professionals have told me that shame from bullying can lead to social rejection and isolation, internalizing negative beliefs, fear of exposure and judgment by your peers, self-blame and guilt, negative self-esteem and disruption of identity development, avoidance and withdrawal from social interactions, something I did constantly. Long-term side effects can result, and parents must recognize these symptoms to provide help and support. raise profound truth. To be silent in the face of bullying is to be complicit. The Eternal Vigil. The illustration is an impressionist oil on canvas, showing a grandmother holding a happy little red-haired boy. People come into your life exactly when they're supposed to. My maternal grandmother, Susan, was waiting when I first arrived. She has kept an eternal vigil on me throughout my life. Her watch began just a few days after I was born, and that was none too soon. My mom once told me this story in her own words. Your father and my mother volunteered to watch over you while I ventured out for some household essentials. It was my first well-earned break since giving birth to you. They were in the back room, a room situated directly opposite my parents' bedroom where my crib is located. Your grandmother was cradling you in her arms, but as time passed, your restlessness and fussiness escalated. While they attempted to continue a conversation, they both noticed your growing discomfort, prompting Mom to pass you to your dad in hopes of settling you down. Your dad, in his attempts to pacify you, resorted to bouncing and rocking you in his arms. Well, that didn't work. Then you started crying. Overwhelmed by frustration, your dad impulsively turned toward the crib and threw you down into it, face first. Your grandmother freaked, pushed your dad aside, bundled you up in her arms, and held you tight like a guardian angel until I returned. My father was many things, but he was not a violent man. He was a man of his time, and in many ways, I believe he was a victim of his upbringing and his lack of education. Growing up, he often said that children should be seen and not heard. It was disguised as an offhand joke, but he meant it. As a child, I had a sarcastic mouth on me. I knew how to push his buttons, and I often did. But I suspect I'd occasionally open my mouth so inappropriately because I simply got tired of only being seen. I wasn't being heard. Grandmother Susan was someone I never got to know. She had 40 grandchildren and once told her husband, my grandfather Edward, that I was her favorite. She possibly felt so close to me because she was forced to be my protector around my father. She died in 1966, 4 years after I was born. Grandfather Edward asked my mom, "Please bring little Ray to the funeral. Your mother loved him so." That's one of my very first memories, seeing her at her funeral holding a rosary in her hands. I honestly believe Grandmother Susan keeps an eternal vigil over me throughout my life. I often feel her presence, and I'm so grateful for that. I so look forward to meeting her and hugging her for a long, long time when it's my turn to take the train home. Anime. The illustration is a digital, hyper-realistic photo of a mother with her red-haired son by her side, holding a big cross, attempting to scare away a bunch of child vampires. I never told my mom or anyone at home about the bullying that began in 3rd grade. Had Anime known what was happening to me at school, she would have been like a ferocious bear protecting her young. She would have confronted school officials or even pulled me out of that school. My classmates are like vampires, slowly sucking the life out of me. She'd be a vampire slayer holding up a cross to protect me from the bullies. But as we all know, crosses are powerless on bullies. Crosses and crucifixes surrounded me at school, but that had zero effect on bullies. They rule. Mom was just your typical 60s housewife. She was all about being a homemaker and taking care of the kids. We were 3, the big ones, Karen, Sharon, and me. And then a few years later came Christy and Jay, the little ones. Family, faith, and education were her top priorities. That's the structure she and my father envisioned for all of us. We lived in this modest, middle-class house in a Cincinnati suburb. We had a sweet in-ground pool out back, so I was swimming before I learned to walk. Even though money was tight with my father working as a union electrician, they still managed to send us all to Catholic schools. And every Sunday, without fail, we were dragged to church as a family. As I got older, I started calling my mom by her first name, Anime, in part because it pissed off my father, who was pretty distant and didn't really show much interest in me. I suspect Anime secretly liked that I was a bit of a rebel. She was all about loving me unconditionally, and man, did I love her right back. I always felt that my father was a little bit jealous of our bond, which might explain why he kept his distance. Side note, you may notice I never refer to my father as Dad because he never earned the title. Anna Mae was all about hugs, cooking up amazing dinners, and giving gifts. She was always the first to say, "I love you." And I'd hit her right back with, "I like you a lot." We'd laugh and laugh. Anna Mae once passed my bedroom when I was around 17. I was listening to a record on my stereo. It was Through the Eyes of Love, the theme from the movie Ice Castles, performed by Melissa Manchester. She came in as I was singing along and interjected, "You know, Ray, someday you're going to love very deeply." Fate would eventually prove her right. A bag job. The illustration is an oil on canvas in the style of realism, showing a boy standing on top of a desk, crushing the lunch bag of his classmate, a boy with red hair. First and second grade flew by at the local public school, where we followed the adventures of Dick and Jane and our readers. Remember them? They always ended up in some hilarious mess. There was one mess for me in first grade, courtesy of Tammy. She double dared me to lift her skirt while we were waiting in line for lunch in the auditorium. So being the daring kid I was, I did it. Boy, did she set me up. She went straight to Miss Brown with her pathetic sob story. I ended up sitting on the stage, red-faced, while everyone else chowed down on lunch. I was mortified. The best days were when Bridget swung by to pick up her son Warren from school. They lived right across the street from us. Warren and I were tight. On those lucky days, I got to skip the bus ride and hop in their beat-up old Volkswagen Bug. That thing was a relic, with holes in the floor and all. I'd spend the ride home watching the road zoom by beneath us. Funny how those little details stick with you. Then came third grade at the Catholic school right up the street. Warren and I would wear our matching blue windbreakers as we walked the quarter mile to the campus. A mammoth new church was under construction next to the school, so construction noises were part of the curriculum. Adding to the noise, nuns. Lots of older, angry, bitter nuns. Stay tuned for some serious nonsense. Early in the school year, some events would play out that would drastically alter the course of my education. It was lunchtime, and I was at my desk in homeroom waiting for the bell to ring. In front of me was Steve, last name of no consequence, and another guy named Tom, whose last name is a synonym for toilet. Seriously. I had my brown bag lunch, which Anna Mae had carefully packed, on top of my desk. When I darted around impatiently to check the clock, I accidentally knocked my brown bag lunch off my desk. It fell between Steve and Tom in front of me. "Hey, Steve, can you pass me my bag?" I asked, a little irritated. "Get your own lunch bag, you fag," Steve replied. I had no clue what a fag was. "Hey, Gay Ray, do you have 2 balls in your bag?" Tom asked. "No," I replied sheepishly, unsure what he was talking about. Well, they thought it was just a height of hilarity. "Ha! Gay Ray doesn't have any balls. I didn't think so," announced Steve. Tom spotted my lunch bag, picked it up, climbed on top of my desk, and crushed it with his foot. "There's your lunch, fag," he sneered as the bell rang. Yeah, saved by the bell. But saved from what? Vampires? Ghost of Partridge Past. The illustration is a 1970s pop art lunchbox showing a red-haired boy opening a Partridge Family album to the dismay of his mother. There's enough tinsel around us to strangle a reindeer. Our living room is practically suffocating under the weight of twinkling lights, and the atmosphere is so thick with excitement among me and my siblings that you could cut it with a candy cane. The presents sit there screaming, "Please, for the love of Santa, tear us open already," as if they've been waiting for this since last December. So naturally, I attack my gift pile like a deranged squirrel on an eggnog high. Amidst the chaos of torn wrapping paper and the obligatory squeal of delight, I uncover a vinyl gem, the Partridge Family Sound Magazine, because nothing says cool like a family band led by a heartthrob from the In Living Color TV era, right? As I bask in the glory of my newfound treasure, I can practically feel Anna Mae's eyes boring into the back of my head, her expression oscillating behind mild amusement and sheer horror. She admits a barely audible, ugh, which translated from the language of mom speak roughly equates to, "Oh great, I got you exactly what you asked for, but on second thought, it might be too girly to give a boy." But I'm well versed in decoding such subtle cues. After all, what's the little gender stereotyping among family? According to Anna Mae's unspoken judgment, only a boy with questionable taste would dare to request such a girly gift. Because, David Cassidy and his Partridge Family antics were clearly reserved for the fairer sex's enjoyment. Of course, I defend my love for the Partridge Family's music till the Christmas elves come home. Sure, the show might have reeked of outdated family values and stale sitcom tropes, but hey, the music was a guilty pleasure worth every eye roll. And let's not forget the stellar lineup of songwriters and session musicians who gave those songs their infectious charm. Haters gonna hate, especially when you throw in that harpsichord and those cringe-worthy backup vocals, courtesy of the Ron Hicklin singers, that sounded like a ghost of Partridge past belted them out. So to all you naysayers out there, I say bah humbug, because despite the and raised eyebrows, this kid from 1971 is proudly blasting his Partridge Family tunes, middle fingers raised to anyone who dares to judge his impeccable taste in vintage pop culture. Sometimes the best gifts come wrapped in layers of sarcasm and nostalgic guilt trips. Lots of guilt trips are ahead for me, for boys like me, boys who can't catch the ball. Ray's profound truth. Reframing our shame shapes our narrative from victim to victor. Gallery 2, Brushstrokes of Shame. Shame rains down. The illustration is a post-impressionistic oil on canvas of an angry father walking in the rain carrying several gym bags as his young red-haired son, dressed in a Boy Scout uniform, runs alongside him, trying to keep up as the rain pours down on both of them. My father was a joiner. He wanted to join every group or organization that involved mentoring kids. Since his oldest son was unmentorable, he'd search elsewhere for young, moldable minds. I wanted nothing to do with my peers. So when he insisted I join the Cub Scouts, it was only because he wanted to join the Cub Scouts and needed to add me for legitimacy. I became a scout. Our group embarked on a weekend excursion to Versailles State Park, just beyond the Ohio state border in Indiana. The mere thought of spending a weekend surrounded by the same tormentors who reveled in making my existence a living hell at school sent chills down my spine. As we arrived at the state park, the rain poured down like a relentless torrent, adding insult to injury. I trudged alongside with the group, my footsteps heavy with dread, my mind already anticipating the taunts and cheers that awaited me. Separated from our fathers in their own cabin, I was lodged with the very tormentors I usually managed to escape on weekends spent alone in my room. But the atmosphere inside the cabin was as cold and unwelcoming as the weather outside. Each glance, each snicker from my cub brothers felt like another blow to my already fragile spirit. As night descended and darkness enveloped the cabin, my distress reached its breaking point. Alone in my bunk, tears streamed down my cheeks, mixing with the raindrops drumming against the window. I longed for the comfort of my own bed, the safety of home far from this nightmare. My cries did not go unnoticed. A sympathetic soul, perhaps feeling a pang of guilt or genuine concern, sought out my father. Reluctantly pulled away from his night with the boys, my father arrived with a mixture of embarrassment, annoyance, and disappointment etched on his face. With a stern reprimand, he whisked his sobbing son away, leaving behind a trail of shame that seemed to cling to me like a wet blanket. Whatever remnants of a relationship between my father and I remained, they were shredded that night. Someone Else's Game. The illustration is a photorealism digital artwork showing a young red-haired boy on a softball field ducking as a softball heads towards him. Throughout my childhood, there was no one to show me the ropes. No older brother to decipher the cruel language of fag and gay ray. I couldn't turn to my father for answers. The awkward silence between us spoke for itself. And as for Anime, I shielded her from the bitter truth. I couldn't bear the thought of her knowing that her son was an outcast among his peers. As the school year went on, those words and many new ones began pursuing me everywhere. Whether on the playground, in the hallways between classes, or even in the solemn silence of the church, the whispers found me, cutting me with their sharp edges. Phys ed, with all that sweating, which I tried to avoid, and that forced camaraderie, which I can't fake, was the worst. I was no jock, and I was an alien in a world I could never inhabit. And let's be honest, I didn't try that hard. I had no interest in conforming, even when I had no idea what that word meant. What was the point? The jeers and sneers of my classmates made it clear I didn't belong. And then there was Bridget, a force of nature in her own right, who would drag me and Warren to the field by the school, a softball clutched in her tomboy grasp. With each throw, she pushed me to hustle, as if that word held the key to my salvation. "Come on, Ray, you've got to hustle, return that ball," she'd say with a sense of urgency. Warren was already in a hustle mode, returning the ball as quickly as it came. I surmised he'd been through this routine before. He moved with ease, but I stumbled and fumbled, a clumsy outsider in a field of athletic wannabes with no desire to catch that frickin' ball. And let's just say it, I can't catch the ball very often, and I throw it like a girl. "Hustle, Ray. You've got to hustle for a victory. You need conditioning," Bridget repeated over and over. Every time she threw a word like hustle or conditioning at me, it felt like a slap to my face. As I ran, squatted, chased, and did all the faux hustling in hopes of impressing Bridget, I couldn't help but wonder, what's the point? Why am I being pushed to chase after a victory I don't want, in a game I never asked to play? My father never once threw a ball to me, never once took me to a Reds or Bengals game. There was no thrill in the chase for him or me. I didn't want to spend my days hustling and running after a ball, forever trapped in someone else's game. And I felt no need to justify myself to a born hustler like Bridget. But when you're a bullied kid, turns out hustle is a muscle you need for survival. What if I had been popular? It's a thought-provoking question. What if I was a popular kid in grade school? What if I could hit a softball pitched to me? What if I was good at chasing a ball? Would I have become arrogant and entitled? Would I have become a bully? Had I been one of the popular kids, constantly reinforced by peer admiration and unchecked by adults, I could have developed a sense of superiority. The validation that comes with popularity, especially if it's not balanced with humility and empathy, could indeed have made me less sensitive to the feelings and struggles of others, potentially leading me to some bullying behaviors without fully understanding their impact. But I have to give credit where credit is due. My mother instilled solid values in me, everything from respecting authority to holding a door for a woman, including a sense of groundedness and responsibility towards others. Being popular doesn't inherently make someone a bully or arrogant. It's how we navigate these social dynamics and what values our support system emphasize that play crucial roles. Many bullies are the direct result of inadequate or absent parenting. I want to think that with the right guidance, I could have used my popularity to positively influence my peers, promote inclusivity, and stand up against bullying. So perhaps both paths might have led me to the same destination. Caught off guard. The illustration is a regionalism Americana digital portrait of a bully pushing his softball glove in the face of a terrified red-haired boy as bystanders looked on. Class field trips are nothing but a miserable bag of bullshit. The illusion of an enriching outdoor experience swiftly crumbled into yet another opportunity for someone to sink their claws into me. To make matters worse, some of the students' moms tagged along, including Anime. As the day progressed, some kids scattered to play softball or head out on a nature walk. I desperately tried to lose myself in the surroundings, hoping to evade the relentless scrutiny and mockery that clung to me like a curse. But my fleeting hope morphed into sheer despair when the softball game ended and Toby Poole, a class bully, set his sights on me with unmistakable malice. Without warning, he shoved his softball glove into my face, the impact sending shivers through me. It was a stroke of luck that my nose remained unscathed. A bloody nose would only have magnified the humiliation, drawing unwanted attention to the incident. As you're being bullied, you don't want bystanders witnessing your shame, especially when Toby is from a lower grade. The mere thought of Anna Mae seeing what happened was unbearable. Yet there she was, her concerned gaze piercing through my facade as she asked, "What was that about?" Caught off guard, I struggled to articulate this inexplicable cruelty. Anger, frustration, and a profound sense of hurt boiled within me. It's a harsh reality being singled out for simply being myself, especially in Anna Mae's presence. But I'd be caught off guard again very soon by a friend's ultimate betrayal. You're dead to me. The illustration is a romanticism oil on canvas of a red-haired boy watching his friend abandon him many paces ahead. Warren and I walked to school together, rain or shine. It was our daily ritual, a comforting routine that strengthened our bond as friends. Living just across the street from each other made it easy to meet up each morning, and we relished the time spent chatting and joking along the way. We shared our hopes and dreams and fears and insecurities. We just never talked about the elephant on the playground, my bully problem. Then, out of nowhere, everything changed. One morning, as I left the house, ready to embark on our familiar journey to school, I noticed something odd. Warren was already halfway up the street, walking briskly, his head down and his shoulders tense. Confusion washed over me as I called out, expecting him to slow down and wait for me. But he didn't even glance back. It was as if I had become invisible to him, erased from his world, without a second thought. He didn't even have the courtesy to say, "You're dead to me." And I was. I felt betrayed. How could he leave me to fend for myself against the wolves at my door? But deep down, I knew the reality of the situation. He was sacrificing our friendship to protect himself from a similar fate. It was a harsh reality to accept. Was I disappointed that he wasn't going to take a stand and declare, "Hey, you motherfuckers, Ray is my friend, and I'll kick anyone's ass who fucks with him"? Hell yes, I was. It would have been a righteous moment, straight out of a made-for-TV movie, where the underdog stands tall and the bullies cower in fear. But my life isn't an after-school special. Warren wasn't some Lance Kerwin swooping in to save the day. In the harsh reality of grade school, standing up to bullies often comes at a steep price, one that not everyone is willing to pay. I understand that deep down, maybe too well. In a twisted way, maybe my own cowardice had affected him, spreading like a virus through our friendship. How could I fault Warren for wanting to distance himself from that? By distancing himself from me, I was dead to him. It was a cruel irony, a vicious cycle of fear versus self-preservation. And as I watched Warren continue to walk up the street, I was abandoned. I was forced to face my demons alone. Why did Warren go? The psychology behind Warren's decision to abandon me is deeply entangled in fear, social conformity, and his lack of mature coping mechanisms. At the heart of his decision lies the fear of becoming a target himself, driven by a strong instinct for self-preservation in a social environment where bullying delineates power dynamics. This fear, coupled with the intense desire to fit in and avoid ostracization, often leads to the abandonment of a friend in need. The complexities of navigating these social pressures, compounded by a young individual's developmental stage, mean that children may feel powerless, uncertain how to support their friend, or feel the repercussions of standing against the bullies. This abandonment, while a means of self-protection, can inflict significant emotional distress and guilt on boys like Warren, who may struggle with feelings of betrayal and shame for not supporting me, his friend. As I saw him, the illustration is a Baroque chiaroscuro oil on canvas of an irate father standing amid partygoers having a good time in the 1600s Baroque period. When you're bullied, you don't want bystanders witnessing your shame. Except maybe this time. It was my first communion party, held in a rented space at the local fire station where my Uncle Roger served as both a firefighter and an EMT. The event was bustling with joy. attended by numerous aunts, uncles, and cousins from my father's family. I reveled in the moment, darting across the room in a spirited game of tag with my cousins. But destiny had a cruel twist in store for me. I inadvertently dashed past my father. Lying in wait, he snatched my arm with a ferocity I'd never seen or felt from him before and barked, "Raymond, stop this running around. Sit down and behave." To him, I was invariably Raymond. My response was as defiant as it was immediate. "How come you can have all the fun and I can't?" Triggered by uncontrollable rage, he lost all semblance of restraint. He slammed me across the face with a violence that unleashed a torrent of blood from my nose, reminiscent of Niagara Falls in its ferocity. As I tumbled to the ground, blood splattered everywhere, and my cries of agony filled the air. It was Uncle Roger who swiftly intervened, scooping me up and rushing me to the men's room, where he began to administer first aid to my profusely bleeding nose. Despite applying ice packs to the back of my neck, it took an agonizing half hour before the bleeding subsided. When I finally emerged from the men's room, my first communion clothes were drenched in blood. Throughout my men's room ordeal, my father never once checked on me, nor did he ever acknowledge the incident afterwards. I walked away from the scene with a small victory. Extended family members got to see my father, at least for a moment, as I saw him. Gallery 3, Saints and Sinners. The USS Catholic Church. The illustration is a romanticism oil on canvas of a massive wooden ship sinking in rough seas in the ocean, with a lifeboat carrying a red-haired boy and several nuns. As I entered 5th grade, it marked a shift in scenery as all classes for 5th through 8th grades were located in the old north wing of the school. But with this change came something far less pleasant. These classrooms were predominantly ruled by nuns in their late 50s to early 60s, who resided in a convent on the school grounds. Their bleak existence was going to school, praying, going home to the convent, praying. To put it bluntly, these women at my school were nothing short of tyrants, mean, cruel, bitter, angry, and sadistic to the core. My troubles multiplied tenfold as I found myself under their jurisdiction. Not only did I have to contend with the torment of my classmates, but somehow the teachers themselves were even worse. It was a soul-crushing experience, to say the least. The tales of Catholic school children enduring the wrath of nuns are not just cliches. They're grim realities. And my school was a prime example. As a 10-year-old, I couldn't comprehend the motivations behind their actions. But as an adult, it's clear as day. These women believed they were answering a divine calling by taking their vows, only to find themselves marginalized in a male-dominated hierarchy. Forced into teaching without proper qualifications or training, they resorted to draconian measures to maintain control as classrooms swelled with the rush of baby boomer students. Forgiveness wasn't a virtue from these women who made an art of morphing discipline into punishment. Corporal punishment became the norm. Rulers, yardsticks, paddles, all wielded with impunity alongside their venomous verbal tirades. The atrocities committed in the name of their Lord and Savior were nothing short of abominable. These so-called brides of Christ were, in reality, nothing more than disillusioned, frustrated women trapped in a prison of their own making, forced, in their view, to raise other people's children. I was about to be confronted by two of these women who transformed simple mistakes into atrocious trauma that followed me for decades. We are their victims. We are the silent survivors of Catholic schools. We are the forgotten collateral damage of their misplaced authority. The USS Catholic Church has been taking on water for decades. It's no surprise there simply aren't enough lifeboats for everyone. Coping mechanism, self-talk. Around this time, my brother Jay told me he could hear me talking to myself at night when we went to bed. I started engaging in self-talk, a common aspect of human cognition that helped me regulate my emotions and release some pent-up frustrations from the bullying by classmates and teachers. Self-talk allowed me to express anger, sadness, and fear, and was a way to self-soothe and comfort myself. It allowed me to rehearse responses and plan how to navigate the bullying mentally. It's crucial when you engage in self-talk. You are bolstering and empowering yourself with positive messages and affirmations. Negative and critical self-talk can undermine your confidence and well-being. Self-talk is a normal, healthy coping mechanism and helps to maintain stress, regulate emotions, solve problems, and promote assertiveness and empowerment. Positive and encouraging self-talk is a valuable tool we use to combat stress from bullying. But it's essential to find external support and resources such as parents, friends, even professional counseling to manage the challenges of bullying successfully. To spit in the face of Jesus. The illustration is a Baroque chiaroscuro on canvas of a wicked Catholic nun standing over a red-haired boy at his desk in a classroom. Allow me to paint the picture. Throughout my school years, I was a good student. I completed my homework, kept to myself, and wasn't a discipline problem. My mother, Anna May, played an active role in our parish community, serving as a confraternity of Christian doctrine educator, CCD, a grief counselor specializing in death and dying, and orchestrating special masses for various holidays like Christmas and Thanksgiving. Amidst her myriad responsibilities, raising 5 children, she pursued higher education, earning both a bachelor's and later a master's degree in religious studies through night classes. In the 1970s, when priests and nuns were revered as being closest to God, their authority within the church and school was unquestionable. Given Anna May's deep involvement in parish affairs, the nuns harbored resentment toward her and her perceived encroachment upon their territory. And that resentment was then extended to her 5 children, all of whom passed through the classrooms of these women. One of them was Sister Grace Louise, a towering figure whose presence evoked dread and diarrhea. She served as my 5th grade math teacher and would become the catalyst for years of therapy in my adulthood. Sister Grace Louise exuded an aura of stern authority, her penetrating gaze capable of silencing even the unruliest of classmates with a glance. Stepping into her lair was an atmosphere thick with tension and apprehension. Sister Grace Louise could make even the simplest math problems seem insurmountable. She had little patience for mistakes, and even less for those of us who struggled to grasp the concepts she taught. But it wasn't just her strict demeanor that made Sister Grace Louise a nightmare. She seemed to take pleasure in singling out certain students for extra scrutiny, and unfortunately, I often found myself in her crosshairs. I vividly recall the humiliation of being publicly called out for a mistake in front of the entire class by Sister Grace Louise, as she methodically walked desk to desk, scrutinizing each student's work with an eagle eye. A sense of dread overshadowed me. Fear paralyzed me, grappling with an equation I couldn't decipher. My heart pounded in my chest as she stopped at Mike Wisk's desk, just moments before reaching mine, reprimanding him for his omission. Then she seems to accept his hasty response of 10 with apparent satisfaction. I think he said 10. With trembling hands, I hastily scribbled the same answer, 10, and desperately concealed it beneath my thumb. Sister forcefully brushed aside my feeble attempt to shield my answer from her piercing gaze. My stomach churned with dread as she honed in on my desk, her stern voice cutting through the air like icy blades. "How did you arrive at the answer 10, Raymond?" Her inquiry struck me like a verbal onslaught, shattering any semblance of confidence I clung to. I don't know. I stammered, my voice barely audible amidst the deafening silence that enveloped the room. I just guessed. Her response was swift and merciless, her words laced with an intensity that mirrored the ferocity of a drill instructor. "I demand to know the rationale behind your answer, Raymond," she insisted, her breath hot against my ear, exacerbating my discomfort. Caught in the vice grip of an interrogation, I crumbled beneath the weight of her scrutiny and surrendered. "I thought I heard Mike Whisk say the answer was 10. I confessed, my spirit utterly broken. "You thought you heard Mike Whisk say the answer was 10, she bellowed. In a damning proclamation to the class, Sister Grace Louise seized upon my screw-up. "This class is a prime example of failure. This is how one earns an F in this classroom. This is how one spits in the face of Jesus." The depths of humiliation I experienced were indescribable, plunging me into a state of profound shame. "This necessitates a conference," Sister Grace Louise proclaimed with a steely resolve. Without a second glance in my direction, she briskly made her way to the classroom door, summoning Sister Minerva and Miss Trapp from their respective classrooms nearby to join her immediately in the hallway. The realization that they were meeting to discuss my shortcomings sent a chill down my spine, a stark reminder of my inadequacy. As they huddled together in whispered conversation, I felt the weight of their scrutiny crushing me. My stomach churned with a sickening mix of anxiety and dread as I realized they were deliberating over my academic failings. The mere thought of their collective judgment sent waves of panic through my veins, leaving me sweating profusely and paralyzed by fear. When Sister Grace Louise finally returned to the classroom, her demeanor remained impassive, betraying no hint of the secret discussion in the hallway. With a terse nod, she resumed the lesson without so much as acknowledging the events that transpired moments before. And as the day wore on, the unresolved tension lingered in the air like a heavy fog. In the aftermath of that humiliating ordeal, I was never told the correct answer to the math problem that sparked all this debacle. I'm a kid who had never endured such public degradation at the hands of a teacher. So the weight of that experience bore down on me with an intensity that defied comprehension. Years later, while living in Los Angeles, I confided in my therapist about the multitude of indignities inflicted upon me by this woman. When I arrived home after my therapy session, I impulsively embarked on a quest for closure. It led me to the hallowed halls of the Mother House. This is where aging nuns go to die. I found the number online, dialed, and with trepidation inquired about Sister Grace Louise's well-being. The gentle voice on the other end of the line delivered the news, revealing that she had passed away 6 months prior. She then remarked, "The sisters greatly appreciate it when their former students reach out to the Mother House to inquire about their well-being and to express their gratitude." I didn't have the heart to share the truth, that I was thrilled she wouldn't be harming any other kids with her psychotic teaching style. But then, as Sister Grace Louise so eloquently phrased it, I'm one to spit in the face of Jesus. Raise profound truth. In the shadows of steeples, some lose sight of the light. Twisted Game. The illustration is a hyper-realistic digital image of an angry nun yelling at the top of her voice, with a scared, red-haired boy seen reflected in her eyes. Sister Minerva, with her stern countenance and piercing gaze, was an imposing figure in our small Catholic school. She ruled her classroom with an iron fist, her anger and bitterness simmering beneath the surface like a dormant volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Sister blew hot and cold. If she wasn't in a snit about something, she'd grab the pitch pipe she always carried in her pocket, and without warning, blow a note and begin singing some Jesus or Mother Mary song, which we were all expected to join in. There is no rhyme or reason to her madness. which is what made her especially unpredictable. This particular day started like any other, with the monotony of lessons and the oppressive atmosphere of Sister Minerva's disapproval hanging over us like a dark cloud. But then came the moment that would etch itself into my memory forever. Sister Minerva posed a question to the class, her eyes scanning the room until I heard her shout out, "Ray?" In that split second, I felt a knot form in the pit of my stomach, knowing that I was about to be thrust into the spotlight. Trembling slightly, I stood up and stammered out what I thought was the correct answer. But Sister Minerva's reaction was nothing short of explosive. She erupted into a frenzy, her voice reaching a crescendo as she screamed at the top of her lungs, "I said Greg!" She called on Greg in front of me, but I heard Ray and answered her question. The force of her outburst caused a slight tremor to rock the building, and I felt a chill run down my spine. My classmate Greg flashed me a look of sympathy. As the echoes of her tirade faded away, I stood there frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. And then came the dreaded summons. "Ray Bruni, you come up here right now." With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I made my way to the front of the class, acutely aware of the accusing stares of my classmates boring into me. Sister Minerva's voice cut through the silence like a knife. "Sister Grace Louise and Miss Trapp have told me about their problems with you," she said, her tone dripping with disdain. Her words struck me like a physical blow, each one landing with the force of a hammer. My cheeks burned with humiliation as I struggled to find the right response. And as I stood there, my eyes burning with unshed tears, I made a silent vow to myself. I would never forget the cruelty of Sister Minerva, nor would I allow her to break me. For even in the face of relentless torment, I refused to let her darkness extinguish the light within me. Confronted. The illustration is an impressionist oil on canvas of a young red-haired boy as a matador facing off with a giant bull on a school playground. Students gather around cheering for the bull. The weight and terror of mental anguish presses down on me like a crushing stone as I head home from school on Friday afternoon. The words of a kid who heard from another kid keep echoing in my mind, chilling me to the core. Dalton Fox is going to kick your butt on Monday. Dalton. The name alone is enough to cause the hairs on the back of my neck to stand up. I know who he is, but I haven't done anything to anger him. I don't go near him. Yet here I am facing the prospect of a looming confrontation that I can't figure out. The weekend stretches before me like an eternity, each passing moment filled with dread and uncertainty. I toss and turn in my bed, and I feel feverish, unable to escape the relentless grip of anxiety that threatens to suffocate me. Every sound outside my window sends my heart pounding, convinced that it's Dalton coming to deliver the face rearranging I fear. My mind races as I consider my options. Should I call Dalton from the safety of the telephone and try to reason with him to diffuse whatever misunderstanding might be brewing? What if that only makes things worse? What if he takes it as a sign of weakness? How could that happen? I'm a walking sign of weakness. I might provoke him even more. I can't risk making matters even worse. So instead, I'm left alone with my thoughts, concocting elaborate schemes to avoid the impending doom I imagine awaits for me on Monday morning. I spend hours locked away in my room, plotting and planning how to avoid Dalton and his fists. Should I fake an illness and stay home from school? Or maybe take a different route to school if he's waiting for me at the entrance? But no matter how many scenarios I envision, none of them offer any real relief from the terror that grips me. Finally, Monday morning arrives. As I walk up the street, my mind creates a surreal vision of the dreaded moment I'm so desperate to avoid. A circle of kids is gathered around me, their eyes wide with anticipation when Dalton steps forward. My heart pounds in my chest, and bile rises in my throat as I realize that my worst fears are about to become a reality. The first blow lands with a sickening thud, sending shockwaves of pain reverberating through my body. I stumble backward, the crowd's cheers echoing in my ears as Dalton rains down blow after merciless blow. I try to fight back, to defend myself against the onslaught, but it's no use. Dalton is relentless, his fists like hammers as they slam down upon me with unyielding force. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it's over. Dalton steps back, with a satisfied smirk as he surveys the damage he's done. I lay on the ground, battered and broken, my spirit shattered into a million jagged pieces. And all around, the crowd disperses, leaving me alone in my agony, the echoes of their laughter ringing in my ears. My mind returns me to reality as I cross the busy main road and enter the school grounds. Nothing so far, no sign of Dalton. Soon, the entire day had unfolded, with no Dalton, no confrontation waiting for me around every corner. Instead, I'm left to grapple with a crushing realization that it was all for nothing. Some kid started a rumor, and I allowed it to consume me with unfounded fear and anxiety. By the time I arrived home, I'm utterly exhausted. I feel like I just got my ass kicked. Coping mechanism, state of anxiety. I was in what's known as a prolonged state of anxiety over that weekend. True, I was in panic mode, but it was not a panic attack. Panic attacks are typically acute and intense episodes that peak within minutes, characterized by symptoms like rapid heartbeat, sweating, and trembling. However, the sustained stress and worry I faced over the weekend was a significant emotional response to the anticipated threat. This continuous state of fear led to physical symptoms, such as excessive sweating and difficulty sleeping and eating. I also engaged in what is called active coping, when I try to find ways to avoid the impending conflict. Psychologists say I was trying to exert control over the situation to protect myself, demonstrating resilience and a proactive stance towards problem solving. Learning to identify and implement such strategies can be a valuable skill. I was just scared to death and simply followed my intuition. Sometimes you've just got to listen to your inner voice. Mine was pushing me toward a very special way of healing from anxiety that proved to be a godsend. A life lesson from Ray. Should I get excluded from the pack, I will always return as pack leader. Gallery 4, Whispers from Beyond. The Gift. The illustration is a neo-Baroque hyper-realism image of a red-haired boy in bed whose spirit is leaving his body and heading to the ceiling. In the quiet stillness of the night, amidst the ordinary routine of bedtime, I stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. My nightly journey to sleep became a dance with the unknown. Every night I'd be ruminating about all the trials and tribulations of my day, sometimes through self-talk. Over time, as the bullying grew worse, so did the evening ruminating rituals. Sometimes I'd drift off amid the chaos of my thoughts and simply fall asleep. But on the toughest nights, something remarkable would happen. It felt like I was slipping through a crack in reality, peering down from above at my bedroom. I slept on the top bunk in bunk beds with my younger brother Jay on the bottom. Despite the altitude of my bed, my consciousness soared higher, hovering on the opposite side of the room, near where the roof pitch sloped downward on the front of the house. From there, I could see everything. My brother Jay sleeping in the lower bunk, my own form in the top bunk, the door to the hallway and both windows. The term that best encapsulates this phenomenon is astral projection. Some profess to wander far and wide during such experiences, exploring neighborhoods and venturing into distant places. For me, however, movement is non-existent. I remained rooted in place. As an adult, I've been unable to replicate those precious, transcendent moments. I now believe it was a special spiritual gift given to me on loan from a higher source to ease me through those times. When the bullying disappeared, so did the gift. Coping mechanism. Dissociation. My shrink has told me that these instances of leaving my body could have been examples of dissociation, where you feel like you're floating above yourself, as if having an out-of-body experience. This is a coping mechanism our brains use in response to trauma and stress. Bullied children often experience dissociative symptoms as a way of mentally distancing themselves from a distressing situation. This is considered a normal response to trauma. I believe that in my case, this was not dissociation because it wasn't happening at times when I was experiencing any emotional trauma. It was happening when I was safe at home in bed. Dissociation is a temporary escape at the time of the trauma. As I stated, I believe I was spontaneously astral projecting because it happened frequently at the same time at night when I was in a safe place. Strummin' My Pain. The illustration is a contemporary surrealism and fantasy digital image of a red-haired boy playing the guitar. During that pivotal time, I stumbled upon a total game changer, guitar lessons, all thanks to anime's relentless prodding. Kicking things off with a humble 6-string, I soon found myself lured by the lush, resonant sounds of a 12-string guitar. With fervor, I strummed and plucked my way through the iconic repertoire of Peter, Paul, and Mary, belting out classics like Where Have All the Flowers Gone, If I Had a Hammer, and Puff the Magic Dragon. Simple tunes with just a handful of chords to master became my obsession. I practically wore out those old favorites, repeatedly playing them and even adding my vocals into the mix. Every afternoon after school was a deep dive into chords, strumming techniques, and the intricate world of fingerpicking. It wasn't just a pastime, it was my lifeline, my sanctuary from my miserable existence. Roberta Flack's haunting melody in Killing Me Softly was number one on the radio back then, and I was truly strumming my pain away. Amid the madness, that guitar enveloped me like a warm embrace, offering solace and comfort when nothing else could. That guitar would also affect me in a way I hadn't planned on. It would transform me into a vicious bully, just like the ones that surrounded me at school. Little Brother. The illustration is a classic realism oil on canvas of an angry red-haired boy trying to close his bedroom door on a younger brother who wants to come in. As the wounds inflicted by my peers festered, I found myself retreating further into myself, seeking solace in the sanctuary of my thoughts. But even the refuge of home offered little respite. Sharing a bedroom with a younger brother, Jay, should have provided comfort and companionship. Instead, because of the shame I was so desperate to hide, it became yet another battleground, this one on the home front. When I arrived home each afternoon, I longed to be alone, craving the solitude that would allow me to lick my wounds privately. But Jay's presence, though innocent and well-meaning, felt like an intrusion, a reminder of the chaos I was trying to shut out. So I shut him out, literally as well as figuratively. I locked Jay out of our bedroom daily, barricading myself behind the closed door as I sought refuge in the melodies of my guitar. Hours would pass in a haze of music and misery, but even as I lost myself in the rhythm of the chords, the sound of Jay's persistent banging to be let in echoed through the walls. Inevitably, I was forced to relent and allow Jay in. My frustration and resentment spilled over, manifesting as cruelty and aggression towards the one person who had never done me any harm. It wasn't Jay himself that I resented, but rather the constant interruption of those precious healing moments. In my eyes, he was just another obstacle standing between me and the peace I so desperately sought. Looking back now, I realized the pain I inflicted upon Jay was merely a reflection of the pain festering within me. I was a victim of circumstance, a casualty of a world that had shown me nothing but cruelty and indifference. A life lesson from Ray. Who needs self-sufficiency when you have friends willing to play the role of your professional crisis hotline? The Green Dome of the Damned. The illustration is a Gothic photorealistic oil on canvas of a huge abandoned chapel with a green dome overhead. It's connected to an abandoned schoolhouse and other nondescript buildings. Barry Manilow's Mandy is all over the radio. Nixon is out of the White House, and Rhoda is the show everybody's talking about. And just when I thought life couldn't be more pathetic, my old man drops a bombshell. We're joining a drum and bugle corps. Him as a volunteer, me as a bugle player. Only problem, I've never touched a bugle in my life, and I had no desire to pick one up. But forget my lack of blowhorn talent for a sec, because I became rattled when my father drove us to the place this group used for its headquarters and rehearsals. It's a rundown campus, once a self-sustaining home and school for troubled, code word for pregnant, girls. Creepy old buildings, a massive chapel with a green dome, and a pool that looked straight out of a horror flick demanded your attention. Oh, and let's not forget the remnants of an old, abandoned cemetery for the nuns. They moved the bodies, but I could still picture the gravestones that were no longer there. Now, I admit there was something eerily captivating about the whole setup. As the sun was setting, it revealed its Gothic charm. The utter ghastliness of it all had me entranced. Once my father checked us in and wandered off to hang out with the adults, I was handed a flashlight and a map to follow, leading me to a room where I could acquire my bugle, Yippee. I walked through the abandoned auditorium and up a mammoth wooden stairway. Shadows danced around me, playing tricks on my mind. I saw people who weren't there. I heard whispers echoing from dark corners. As I walked through the corridors with the abandoned classrooms on each side, I couldn't help but imagine the level of bullying that might have gone on here. These girls had to live with their bullies. There was no escape. The creep factor went into overdrive as I moved past the school area and went back down some stairs leading to a landing where I swear I saw my grandfather's open coffin. That image gave me the heebie-jeebies. I ran over to a delivery area where I noticed a sliver of light. In a back room, smoking cigarettes, were several girls with color guard rifles. They were just hanging out watching TV. I was never so grateful to see those living souls. I remember the girls watching Valerie Harper as Rhoda on their portable TV. It's the episode where Rhoda was riding the New York subway in her wedding dress and then running through the Bronx trying to get to her ceremony. Checking the air date of that episode, it puts these events on Monday, October 28th, 1974, around 8:15 p.m. The bizarre details we remember. Anyway, thanks to those girls, I finally got my hand on a bugle. But as for actually learning to play it, yeah, that could wait. After all, who needs bugle lessons when you've got this huge complex of creepiness to explore? Sweeping Staircase. The illustration is a haunting, fantastical, realism digital painting of a young red-haired boy standing at the bottom of a sweeping staircase in an abandoned school where several little girls are playing with their dolls. I embarked on the return journey, taking a slightly different path back by going up another floor. Walking briskly down the dimly lit corridors, I couldn't help imagining what horrors awaited me. Suddenly, my eyes locked on a sweeping staircase leading to the third floor, where innocent laughter echoed. Moving closer, I encountered two girls, no older than 5, playing with their dolls beneath a solitary, flickering light bulb. My heart pounded with disbelief. These apparitions couldn't be figments of my imagination. They were flesh and blood, existing in the eerie silence of this abandoned stairway, right? Offering a hesitant hello, I received cheerful waves in return. Pressing forward, I wondered why some drum and bugle corps members would let their kids play unsupervised in this den of dilapidation. As weeks went by, I nicknamed this place the Green Dome of the Damned, after seeing that creepy film Village of the Damned. In its day, around the turn of the century, this place was its own village with an elementary and high school, dormitories, a laundry, convent, gymnasium, offices, a steam plant, and then in 1912 came that mammoth chapel with the green dome. There was a rumor that students were required to call every nun Sister Mary, as the nuns were cloistered. The more things I'd heard here and there just made me more fascinated by the place. Someone told me that girls gave birth here. The nuns would take care of the infant until it was adopted, and the mother would come back from her laundry duties or other assigned chores to find her baby gone. I could feel the pain of these girls. I could hear their cries. As I'd walk around these primarily empty rooms and hallways, I couldn't help but experience the heartache trapped inside these walls. So much heartache, so many decades, thousands of girls. When I recounted those adventures and stories to a shrink, he told me I'd been experiencing emotional resonance. The uneasy feelings I had for this place were leaving deep emotional imprints on my psyche, particularly when I began to empathize with those nameless, faceless girls who, according to rumors, had no parents, had their newborns taken away from them, and were being raised by nuns. Those sisters could have been the most wonderful nuns in the world, but based on my history with nuns, it made my heart ache for those girls, many of whom would be long dead by now. Unknowingly, I assigned symbolic significance to this place that somehow equated my pain from being bullied with the pain of those girls. My unresolved emotions heightened the symbolic significance my psyche attached to this complex. A century of secrets were swirling all around me. Ultimately, I convinced my father I was not drum and bugle corps material, and we left, me never learning to play a single note on the bugle. Coping mechanism, emotional resonance. Emotional resonance refers to the profound connection that occurs when an individual's emotions are deeply mirrored or evoked by something external, such as this abandoned school and chapel. This phenomenon goes beyond mere empathy or sympathy, delving into a realm where emotions are understood and felt on a visceral level. It's as if the external stimulus acts as a tuning fork for one's internal emotional state, causing both to vibrate in harmony. Emotional resonance is a testament to the universal language of emotions that transcends cultural, linguistic, and individual barriers. It highlights the shared human experience and our innate capacity for empathy and connection. Through emotional resonance, we find common ground in our joys, sorrows, fears, and hopes, fostering a sense of community and understanding. This powerful connection enriches our personal lives and has the potential to heal and unite, proving that at our deepest level, we are all more alike than different. A life lesson from Ray. Carry a handful of laughter. It's a currency that buys joy in the bank of memories. Gallery 5, Prophecy and Predators. Purple Predators. The illustration is a fantastical surrealism digital painting of an adolescent boy with long flowing red hair crouching down to a pond to drink some water, unaware that a purple alligator is about to strike. My graduation from grade school to high school was like getting rescued from a murky sewer and thrown headfirst into a tainted swamp. Predators adorned in lavender, the school color, were everywhere in this all-male Catholic quagmire, where your skill with a ball, a football, a softball, a basketball, determined your value to the school, its priests and lay teachers and fellow students. Jesus was an afterthought. You didn't get demerits for skipping a mass, but if you were so sacrilegious as to ditch a pep rally, even the afterthought couldn't save you. The only two deities who reigned supreme among students in this joint were the jock and the occasional guy who knocked up some chick. Everyone else is irrelevant. I embraced my irrelevance early on, hoping it would keep me below the radar. But with testosterone-fueled adolescents, asserting dominance was essential to constructing their macho facade. The only surefire way to do that is to crush the ego of anyone perceived to be weaker than they are. And that, in a nutshell, is what high school is all about. Crush or be crushed. Let me expound on the phrase, perceived to be weaker. Throughout grade school and high school, there is no doubt people perceived me as the weak one. My father, Bridget and Warren, those grade school nuns, that kid whose last name is synonymous for toilet, by the Partridge Family deniers, and by the countless so-called peers of mine who tortured me at every turn. I was a loser with a capital L on my forehead. But by the time I reached high school, I had come to realize several truths regarding an inner strength in me none of them looked close to see. First, I knew then that this bullying bullshit had an expiration date. The minute I graduated from that high school, I knew the bullying would cease. This lavender swamp was only temporary, and it was. Second, I understood then that those who tormented me had no sway over my future. They were but transient figures destined to fade into obscurity as I pursued my path. Third, I came to understand that what my tormentors perceived as weaknesses were, in fact, the very qualities that would propel me to greatness. And when those inner strengths inevitably manifested, there would be no bullies in sight to witness my triumph. Despite knowing all that, I'm still stuck in this pitiful state. I let my hair grow longer. I figured if it covered more of my face, the less I would be seen. Interesting theory. Didn't work. Fires of Friendship. The illustration is an impressionist oil on canvas of three boys, one of them with red hair, enjoying each other's company. I shared my quest through grade school and high school with two incredible friends. They know who they are. Our bond was forged in the fires of childhood innocence, nurtured through the trials of adolescence, and strengthened by the shared experiences that would ultimately mold us into adults. We did what all kids our age did. Hung out on weekends, went to the movies, talked about cars incessantly, went to proms and school dances with our dates, and finally graduated. Later on, I was the best man at one of their weddings. Eventually, each of us moved on with our lives and careers and parted ways. Yet amidst the laughter, the adventures, and the countless memories we created together, an unspoken truth lingered in the shadows of our friendship, the reality of bullying. Ironically, even though we were all targets of bullying during those dark times, it was a subject we never openly discussed. It could be the silent agreement to preserve the sanctity of our friendship, shielding it from the harsh realities of the real world. We understood that each of us had our own battles to fight, scars to bear, and stories to tell. I deliberately chose to keep their stories separate from mine. Their pain is not mine to share, nor my place to reveal the scars they bore in silence. Their story is theirs to tell, if and when they choose. Omen. The illustration is a Baroque chiaroscuro oil on canvas of a man with long flowing red hair swimming in a lake, being approached by a rowboat with an unidentified man in it. During my freshman year in high school, I sat down in front of the TV one night to watch the film The Reincarnation of Peter Proud, It was airing for the first time as a TV movie of the week. I was addicted to those 70s TV movies and was finally old enough to stay up and watch them. That film has had a lifelong effect on me. At the time, it scared the shit out of me on many levels. In the climactic scene, spoiler, Margot Kidder is in a rowboat on a lake late at night looking for Michael Sarrazin, who she just realized was her abusive husband in his previous life. Her current life. Yes, weird but so awesome. Margot finds him swimming towards her. They exchange apologies. And when he attempts to get into the boat, she attacks him with an oar. It's a stunning, climactic moment I still remember viewing for the first time, even though I've watched this film dozens of times since. A few nights later, I had a wake-up screaming nightmare triggered by that film. I was in the lake swimming late at night when a rowboat came up beside me. I couldn't make out who was in the boat because it was dark. I thought the person was there to rescue me, and I attempted to get in. Suddenly, I feel being beaten over the head with an oar. I woke up breathless, sweating, and yes, screaming. It wasn't until I was fully awake and caught my breath that it dawned on me who was in the rowboat. It was Declan McMahon. Declan McMahon was both a bully and bullied, my freshman year pseudo-stalker and tormentor on 2 feet. He was cold and indifferent, with an unsettling intensity in his electrified eyes. Clad in all black, he was as unsettling as his appearance. He spoke in nonsensical sentences, laughed at inappropriate times, and never missed an opportunity to remind me of my insignificance. He called me piece of shit. That was my name. I don't think he ever knew my real name. He pushed my face into the glass doors, shoved me against the wall. He even kicked me a few times. But it was the verbal abuse that I can still hear. McMahon was a constant presence that year. We didn't share any classes, but he was bullied constantly by the other boys. Our interactions were confined to him lurking in the hallway, waiting for me to walk by to harass me, or during those daily moments we shared in the anteroom between the school cafeteria and the main hallway during lunch breaks. We were both there by choice. When I finished my lunch, I would escape to the anteroom, where I'd have to wait for the bell to ring before leaving to go to my next class. Even with McMahon there, I felt safer in that anteroom than being a target in a wide-open lunchroom. He would sometimes follow me there because I suspect he had no friends and would also just end up being bullied in the cafeteria as well. Declan tells me he doesn't have the time or the willpower to kick my ass. But aside from the frequent shoving, I didn't feel especially threatened by him. Weirdly, I got the sense that he liked me being around because he liked being heard, even for just those 10 minutes a day. It's as if he deliberately used the bullying to maintain a distance between us. That dream about McMahon, however, was telling me of something far more sinister. I ultimately concluded that it was a warning, an omen of sorts telling me to keep my guard up when I was around him. I suspected he may be more dangerous than he appeared, especially with those electric eyes. But that concern was short-lived. After our freshman year, he didn't return to my school. That doesn't mean I'd never see him again. Fate had yet to play all her cards when it came to Declan McMahon and me, and that deck is loaded. Dream interpretation. Here are a few interpretations of that dream from a professional. The bully in the wooden boat, Declan McMahon, could symbolize a form of rescue or salvation. Declan in the boat represents a subconscious desire on my part for relief from his bullying. The image of me swimming in the lake and being approached by Declan symbolizes my feelings of powerlessness in the face of adversity. The dream is inviting me to reflect on the bullying and reclaim a sense of empowerment in my waking life. When I tell you the rest of Declan McMahon's story, I think you will agree with me that this was more than a dream. It was an omen, a warning that carried a prophetic message. Ray's profound truth. When someone reveals their character, you can't be blindsided. Living in desperate times. The illustration is a fantasy art digital painting of a blonde female singer using her voice as a shield to protect a red-haired boy from a pack of fire-breathing purple dragons. I unconsciously developed half a dozen mind games designed to distract me from the immediacy of bullying happening around me. My mind would take over with defensive action when the bullying would get particularly intense or intolerable. One of those defenses involved a popular singer, Olivia Newton-John. Her 7th album, Come On Over, had just been released. I was in a record store with my father, looking for a gift for Anna Mae. This album happened to be displayed right before us, and Olivia was a megastar at the time. Her songs all over the radio. So he said, "What about her?" I said, "Sure," and he headed to the cashier to buy it. I became obsessed with Olivia and her music. I listened to that album constantly, especially side 2, with the opening track, Don't Throw It All Away. With its finger-picked rock guitar intro, killer drums, and strong vocals, the song should have been released as a single and opened the album. It's one of the best tracks in all of her discography. And somehow it sort of uploaded itself into my brain when I wasn't paying attention. It's lived there for 40-something years. Hope I don't have to pay royalties for it. It would make its presence known every time that fight or flight response kicked in at the high school. My default mode was a heightened state of fear, so whenever Don't Throw It All Away started playing, I knew things were bad. Those times when I was around Declan McMahon, or dodging dodgeballs, or being pelted on the school bus, the song was like right there in front of me, a shield of musical armor wrapping around me and protecting me from whatever bullshit the bullies were handing out. I don't know what it was about that song that I latched onto, but I know every note of it in my head and can hear it at will. I am so grateful for that stupid mind game, that song that somehow protected my sanity while living in desperate times. I felt so incredibly trapped by my circumstances. I was so trapped that the thought of ever expressing my thanks to someone like Olivia Newton-John, who had no clue how her music was rescuing me, was completely out of the realm of possibility. Or was it? Coping mechanism, distraction. Distraction is how our mind causes us to divert attention away from current trauma. When being bullied, my mind would quickly flash with this question, what day is it? Then my mind would rapidly race through Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then stop on the day of the week it happened to be. To me, it's a stupid and annoying mind game that my brain has played on a loop since grade school. I've been through it thousands of times, and it still happens to me now when I'm in a tense situation. Often, if I'm thinking about something and I'm reminded of a moment my mind wants to protect me from, bam, like a freight train, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday barrels through my brain. It's a harmless and common coping mechanism our minds use to protect us from trouble. And nowhere is trouble more rampant and distraction more useful than on the school bus. A daily ride past a cemetery leaves me longing for the comfort of being forgotten by time. A life lesson from Ray. Nothing says manifesting your dreams like singing along to Magic in the shower. Who knew Olivia's secret to success is right there in her lyrics? Gallery 6, Symphony of Terror. Envy. The illustration is a surrealism and photorealism digital image of a man with long flowing red hair swimming in an underwater graveyard past tombstones. The distance between my home and the high school spanned maybe 10 miles, so I was forced to rely on the yellow school bus for transportation. Each morning, as I awaited its arrival in the dimly lit street, the bus ascending the small hill toward me would signal the impending assault of its high beams. The piercing brightness would blind my eyes, heralding the start of yet another dreaded day. Seeing those high beams switched on is forever seared in my mind. Upon boarding, I'm greeted by the insanity of heavy metal blasting from the driver's boombox. This driver, who was maybe 25, with his long, jet black hair and a hippie vibe, purposely drowned out any interactions among the passengers. Fortunately for me, it inadvertently provided a reprieve from harassment. However, the trip home was a starkly different ordeal. I would race from the school every afternoon to secure a seat near the front to evade the torment of bullies. The absence of music amplified the hostility brewing on the bus. Behind me were energized aggressors eager to unleash their pent-up hatred. I endured a relentless barrage of insults and projectiles, with the bus driver remaining apathetic to my plight. As we passed an old cemetery that seemed to stretch for a mile, I envied the people buried there. The headstones came and went. I so wished I, too, was dead. There was no escape from the suffocating toxicity of the bus. Each journey felt like drowning, like I could never get enough air. It was an exhausting struggle for survival, with the prospect of death serving as a fleeting and forgiving fantasy. The best, however, is saved for last. As the bus pulled up in front of my house, the chorus of taunts reached a crescendo when I stepped off. This daily routine of degradation served as a grim reminder of the hostile environment that awaited me on that bus. Coping mechanism. Mental anchor. Every day on that bus, I would whisper to myself, "Remember me in this moment." The idea was that when I got home and was safe in my room, I would remember that moment when I was amid all the bullying. A shrink tells me this is called creating a mental anchor, or a self-soothing technique. It's a coping mechanism that would mentally prepare me to recall the trauma later, when I could feel more empowered to confront and process the emotions I just experienced on the bus. Mental anchoring is a common practice that validates my experience and helps protect me from being overwhelmed by the intensity of the emotions during the trauma. Actively reminding myself to remember the trauma gave me some control when processing my emotions. Raise profound truth. Suicide is a permanent silence to a temporary noise. The bullies don't win when you choose to stay and rewrite your story. "Come," said the boy. The illustration is a Japanese manga-style digital painting of a creepy school bus driver talking to a red-haired student who was a passenger on the bus. When the final bell rang every day at school, I was one of the first students out of the building. Gee, Bridget, being bullied finally got me motivated to hustle. Perhaps you were right all along. Getting to the yellow bus first was the only way to grab a front seat. There's no hell worse than being trapped in the middle of the bus with bullies at every turn. At least when you're in the front row, all the danger is behind you. Or so I thought. On this particular day, I was first on the bus as usual. The driver, who had never spoken to me before, got up, walked over to my seat, and sat down next to me. He was going to discuss the bullying he witnessed every day and did absolutely nothing about. But I was wrong. "Hey, buddy," he started. "Every evening after I return this bus to the lot, I head over to a park on Westwood Northern Boulevard. I meet a bunch of buddies there. You know which park I'm talking about?" he said while looking straight ahead. "Yeah," I said. "Mount Airy Forest?" "That's it," he said. "You are certainly more than welcome to join us." "What do you guys do there? Play sports?" I asked naively. No, he said, quickly correcting me. "We have sex with each other out in the woods. Come join us. You can have sex with me and my friends," he said, still looking straight ahead. I was dumbfounded. I'll have to let you know," was all I could think to say. "Good deal," he said, looking me in the eye before returning to the driver's seat. I saw him look into that long rearview mirror above him, giving me a wink. I don't know where to begin. If you've been listening this far, you know that I had no self-worth, no self-esteem. I was shy and highly self-conscious, and I avoided any social contact. What's more, at 14 years old, my only goal was to turn 16 so I could drive a car. I lived for that. Sex of any kind, with anyone, wasn't even on my radar. And I had so many questions. Did the driver assume that being bullied meant that I must be gay? And that I'd be willing to fuck him in the woods while his friends watched? Did he realize that his proposition to have sex with me was a felony with a minor under 16? Or did that just make me more enticing? I can't answer any of those questions, and here's why. I completely blocked this event out of my mind. I don't remember what I just told you. There's a big black hole where that memory should be. I confided in someone in confidence, and then I must have blocked out everything. This friend recounted those events to me 30 years after they occurred, and I still have no memory of this, which will hopefully instill in you how traumatic this little discussion must have been for me to have blocked it out. Here's what I do remember. Warren, my former friend from across the street, had been taking a city bus to the same school every day. The city bus came out to our suburb and picked up passengers just a street away from my house, and then took a direct route right past my school. I switched to the city bus almost immediately. That ticked off Anna Mae. I wouldn't tell her why I switched, even though she had paid the yellow bus company for the entire semester. I would never see that bus driver again, and as a bonus, switching to Metro service immediately ended my bullying problem on the bus. Coping mechanism, dissociative amnesia. Dissociative amnesia, or repression, terms I learned only after the fact, became my mind's silent guardian, hiding away the memories that threatened to overwhelm me. It was a bizarre realization that there were many pieces of my own story, my own life, that I had lived but did not remember. Without my conscious consent, my brain had decided that forgetting was the best way to protect me. It was as if I had erased the memory entirely because I still have zero recall of that incident. The bus driver's invitation was something so out of my moral and social compass, so threatening to my sense of safety and identity, that my mind chose to forget. Fortunately, I had confided in a friend shortly after it happened, but as days turned into months and months into years, that memory faded into nothingness as if it never happened. That friend retold me what I had told him maybe 35 years ago, but I honestly thought he was joking at first. I had no memory of that conversation, and honestly, if I could forget that, who knows if there are other events my brain decided I should never recall. It was a stark revelation of how my brain had acted as a caretaker, determining that some truths were too painful to live with. Dissociative amnesia showed me the complexity of the human psyche, one of how we cope with trauma and the lengths to which our subconscious will go to protect us. Unfortunately, we can't choose which memories to forget. Raise call to action. Do something awesome for someone today that they'll remember the rest of their life. Get out of Dodge. The illustration is a digital painting of a man with long, flowing red hair, dressed as a soldier, throwing deadly dodgeballs at his enemy, while avoiding dodgeballs being thrown his way. There are several dead soldiers around him on the ground. I reluctantly step into the gym. Instantly, I feel the weight of anticipation heavy in the air. Dodgeball, a game that encourages teamwork, only delivers humiliation. The match begins. I find myself caught in a whirlwind of chaos, dodging those ridiculous rubber projectiles with all the grace of a bumbling clown. With every strike, it becomes painfully clear no one truly wins in the game of dodgeball. Each direct hit chips away at the target's dignity and self-worth. One team walks away with a victory, but it's hollow, tainted by the knowledge that a win comes at the expense of everyone else shamed to the sidelines. As I watch from the safety of the shadows, I can't help but feel a dawn of resignation settle over me. In dodgeball, as in life, the pursuit of victory often leads to the marginalization and humiliation of others. And so I'm left with a profound sense of emptiness. In the game of dodgeball, there are no real winners, only losers. And as the coach sent me back to the court to collect the balls, I couldn't help but wonder, what does it say about us as a society when even our games make losers of us all? Dodging the bullies. Dodgeball, often considered a staple of phys ed classes, can inadvertently become a catalyst for exacerbating psychological distress in boys who are victims of bullying. To a bullied boy like myself, the game doesn't represent a playful activity, but a distressing echo of my everyday struggles. This manifests as a structured environment where exclusion and targeting are not only normalized, but encouraged. The rules of dodgeball, which involve singling out and eliminating players, starkly parallel the mechanisms of bullying. This only amplifies my feelings of ostracization and vulnerability. Repeated exposure to a competitive and hostile environment significantly contributes to the development of chronic stress responses, anxiety disorders, and a plummeting self-esteem, laying the groundwork for persistent psychological trauma. The psychological ramifications of these experiences during dodgeball are multifaceted. The experience of being consistently chosen last for teams or being the primary target in the game leads to internalizing behaviors, where we begin to attribute these negative experiences to personal failings, reinforcing a negative self-concept and exacerbating symptoms of depression. Additionally, this happens in front of our peers, which leads to social anxiety and phobias, as the fear of public ridicule and humiliation becomes commonplace. In the long term, such adverse experiences in formative years predisposes kids like me to a range of psychopathologies, underscoring the importance of adopting more empathetic and inclusive approaches in school activities to foster a supportive learning environment. Drips and drops. The illustration is a psychedelic and modern fantasy digital painting of a red-haired man standing behind a magical genie lamp with vivid colors of paint all around him and dripping off the canvas. As I grew older, my right brain rain demanded recognition, and I began to realize it's a powerful gift that deserves to be celebrated. I had locked it up deep within me, like a djinn trapped in his lamp, with nowhere to spread the magic. But in drips and drops, the magic was beginning to leak out. One drip was my guitar playing skills. Practicing every night transformed me into a decent musician, so much so that I joined a 10 o'clock guitar group at church. It's not exactly playing lead in the Bee Gees' Children of the World tour, but it was something. I embraced the opportunity, even if it meant having a higher profile for some bullies to feast on. Since attending church was compulsory, strumming the guitar became a coping mechanism during Mass. Those nightly sessions locked in my bedroom practicing guitar led to another drop, songwriting. Crafting melodies and lyrics provided fertile ground for my creativity, a pursuit that would accompany me throughout my life. However, as the saying goes, with great passion also comes distraction. During freshman algebra, I so zoned out on the subject matter that I started drawing album covers for the songs I was writing and dreamed of one day recording. It consumed me during class, so much so that I flunked freshman algebra and would have to attend summer school, bummer school. When summer school ended, I embraced for my sophomore year, unaware of the absolute terrors that lie ahead. Right brain rain. I call it right brain rain, my unique muse of creating that sets me apart in the bustling world of television production. For the longest time, this torrential downpour of ideas and imaginative prowess was a deluge too wild to be tamed, too unconventional to be embraced, too unpredictable to be celebrated. Bullies who couldn't understand or appreciate the way my mind works would target me, mistaking my creative process for mere eccentricity or distraction. Yet within this storm of creativity, I found my superpower. It's as though my right brain can conjure up thunderstorms, each lightning bolt illuminating a path to innovative storytelling and groundbreaking concepts. This innate ability to see the world not for what it is, but for what it could be, has become my greatest asset. The journey from being misunderstood to being celebrated from my right brain reign has been transformative. It taught me the invaluable lesson that our unique differences are not just to be accepted, but embraced and harnessed as the superpowers they genuinely are. In the world of television production, where the next big idea can change everything, my ability to create thunderstorms of creativity has not only set me apart, it has also become a beacon of inspiration for others who dare to think differently. My right brain reign, once a source of ridicule, is now my badge of honor, a testament to the incredible journeys we can embark on when we embrace our true selves and the boundless creativity that resides within. Ray's call to action. Always carry an umbrella. You never know when your mind will shower you with right brain rain. Gallery 7. Threads of Complicity. Bloodthirsty. The illustration is a classical Baroque oil on canvas of a red-haired boy, unaware that a purple vampire is standing right behind him, about to sink his teeth into the boy's neck. Walking through the crowded halls of my high school during rush hour was always an obstacle course. On my first day as a sophomore, my mind tuned out the chaos by wandering off, as it often does. It's fascinating to see where it takes me. I started thinking, what if some of these student passerbys are vampires? How could I tell? Sure, vampires are mythical creatures of the night, and they have limitations being out in the light. But follow this train of thought with me for a moment. It occurred to me that vampires are very similar to bullies in many ways. Vampires prey on their unsuspecting victims. They stalk them with calculated precision, draining them of their life force. And you can't tell who is and who isn't a vampire until it chooses to reveal itself, with a bite on the neck, right? If you think about it, you can't identify a bully until he strikes. The bites from bullies, in the form of verbal or physical attacks, are just as lethal. They target people they see as vulnerable or different. They assert dominance and control through intimidation and coercion, and they suck your self-esteem right out of you. In both cases, the predator's primary objective is to exert power over their victim, feeding on their fear and vulnerability for their gain. Look at the devastating effects suffered by their prey. Victims of vampire attacks are left drained, both physically and emotionally, with their sense of security shattered by the encounter. And victims of bullying often experience profound psychological distress, ranging from desperation to anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder. In both cases, the trauma inflicted by the predator can have long-lasting effects, shaping the victim's perception of themselves and the world around them. Both vampires and bullies feed on power and control. If vampires were walking these hallways, who better to weaponize a crucifix at them than those of us who are targets of bullies? Our insights can empower us to identify and combat these forces of darkness, whether in fiction or reality. Some students in these hallways did fall victim to real-life dark forces at this time. This threat thrived and wouldn't become known for a decade or more. Some of my classmates were victims of the Catholic Church sex abuse scandal. 216,000 kids, mostly boys, were being molested and raped by Catholic priests and clergy worldwide. Some of these adults walked these same hallways at the same time I did. I was not one of their victims. I knew some of the accused rather well before the accusations went public, and I am sickened by the church's efforts to cover it all up. Fortunately for me, I found a class my sophomore year that was relatively painless to attend. I was very excited about the mass media course. Envisioning myself as a budding content creator, I eagerly anticipated my trips into the tower, a small studio adorned with cameras and recorders, ripe for my creative exploits. Yet reality proved to be a cruel twist of fate. Instead of crafting my own media marvels, my classmates and I spent most of our time watching morning television as the mass media department could not deliver what it promised. We found ourselves face to face with David Hartman and Sandy Hill on Good Morning America, spectators to the unfolding dramas of the world. While we stayed informed about the latest news breaking across the globe, it was a bitter disappointment to discover this was a bird course, one you can fly right through as long as you show up. But elsewhere on my schedule were two courses straight from hell, phys ed and speech. Locked in an A-B scheduling dance, I endured the back-to-back agony of the students in these classes every other day. On alternate days, I had religion's relatively safe atmosphere, followed by the typing classes' practicality. But some events waiting for me in phys ed and speech would leave me truly speechless. Coping mechanism. Hypervigilance. Hypervigilance, in psychological terms, refers to an enhanced state of sensory sensitivity accompanied by an exaggerated intensity of behaviors. Its purpose is to deflect threats. It's a typical response to prolonged exposure to trauma or stress, a way for the mind and body to attempt to avoid further harm, and my brain amped up its hypervigilance in high school. It was as though my brain had rewired itself to operate in a constant state of alertness to danger, real or perceived. I was always in a DEFCON 1 mode of fight, flight, or freeze. This constant state of alertness is a coping mechanism, a survival strategy in an environment where the threat of bullying feels both ubiquitous and unpredictable. My subconscious mind attempted to protect me from further psychological and physical injury by keeping me one step ahead of potential threats. However, living in a state of hypervigilance came with its own challenges. The constant stress and anxiety of anticipating harm took a toll on my mental and physical health, leading to exhaustion, difficulty concentrating, and a pervasive sense of fear, even in safe environments. While hypervigilance might have helped me navigate the treacherous waters of high school bullying, it also highlighted the long-term impact such environments can have on people. It underscored the importance of supportive, understanding interventions and the need for environments that actively work against the perpetuation of bullying behaviors. Looking back, I see my hypervigilance as a testament to my survival and a call to action for creating safer, more nurturing spaces for all students. Raise profound thought. Both bullies and vampires fear their reflection, for it reveals the emptiness within. Fetch. The illustration is a black and white digital composition of an athlete with vivid, long-flowing red hair chasing a soccer ball outside the Roman Colosseum. Sophomore phys ed usually took place in the new gym, but on Friday we were informed it would be held in the old gym on Monday due to another school function. This gym, the original field house from 1924, was detached from the school and had a distinctly decrepit feel. It was the gym for freshman phys ed classes. The locker rooms were on the main floor, while the showers were down in the basement, assessed by a steep flight of narrow concrete stairs. Any action in the locker room would often echo down into the shower area. I arrived at the old gym, changed clothes, and headed out to the stadium with the rest of the class. There was a chill in the air, and I thought it probably wasn't a good idea to hold gym in the stadium today. When his whistle blew, the coach told us the first item on the agenda was running the steps, running up the concrete steps in the stadium, heading over to the next set of steps, and running back down. Repeat. While doing that, It's Sad to Belong, the current hit from pop group England Dan and John Ford Coley was blasting over the loudspeakers. Some joker would always feed a local radio station through the stadium speakers during gym classes. And as this soft rock duo was big, it always seemed one of their pop puff pieces was playing when I took to the field. Once we ran the stadium steps, I was done for the day, but the coach wasn't. We teamed up for a dodgeball game. I was the last one picked, that's a given. Playing dodgeball in this stadium was a particular pain in the ass, because unlike a gymnasium, there are no walls to contain the balls. Since I was usually the first player out, the coach would look at me and yell, "Fetch," meaning I had to go collect the runaway balls. Eventually, the coach blew the whistle, telling us to head for the showers. He meant that order for everyone but me. As a regular ritual, one of the jocks, Jensen Tate, a total tool and celebrated bully, would take a ball and whiz it as far as he could into the concrete stands of the stadium while the coach looked the other way. Then this from Tate: "Bruni, fetch." While everyone else was heading to the old gym, I was running the opposite way, fetching the fucking ball. My face and hands were cold, and my knees were numb from running the steps earlier. Having to climb them one more time would be murder. Sometimes the ball bounces its way back down to the field, saving me the climb, but not this time. Running was no longer an option. I walked to the concrete steps where the ball had settled. As I climbed each step, another god-awful song blared through the loudspeakers and straight into my head. "I'd really love to see you tonight." No offense to Mr. Dan or Mr. Coley, but your love songs inadvertently supplied the soundtrack to one of the most humiliating, exhausting, and physically challenging seasons of my life. Ray's call to action. Play your own game where the rules are yours to write, not someone else's to enforce. Down. The illustration is a photorealistic painting of an adolescent boy with a towel wrapped around him walking down concrete steps to a creepy locker room shower in an old, dilapidated building. In the unsettling quiet of the old gym locker room, an eerie atmosphere hung heavy as I returned, breathless, from yet another solitary game of fetch. Urgency pounded in my chest. I was desperate to get dressed and evade the tardy slip awaiting me in my speech class. Yet deep down, I knew I wouldn't make it in time. The coach's warning echoed. Anyone skipping the post-gym shower ritual faces demerits. Reluctantly, I shed my clothes, clutching soap and towel, and stepped barefoot onto the cold, unforgiving concrete steps leading to the murky showers below. With each step downward, the temperature plummeted, sending shivers down my spine. An ominous feeling settled over me when I suddenly realized I wasn't alone down here. Everyone should be heading to their next class by now, yet 4 figures loomed amidst the cascading steam. Passing 2 of them cautiously, I sought refuge beneath a shower head. Turning the rusty knob, instantly an icy blast assaulted my senses, making me gasp from the cold. Then I felt an unwelcome presence on my shoulder, the hand of Damian Pierce. "Hey, girly boy, come here." His taunting voice sliced through the air as I instinctively winced. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, 2 others joined in, Ace Bartram and Russ Salina, conspiring to drag me from the safety of the shower spray. "What the hell is your problem?" They ignored my protest, and the 3 forcibly grabbed my shoulders and arms, forcing me down to my knees. They subjected me to a grotesque ritual, their flaccid penises slapping my face with contemptuous malice. At that point, the truth hit me like a ton of bricks. This entire ordeal was a setup, a sinister scheme orchestrated by that arrogant jock, Jensen Tate. He had deliberately planned for me to return to the locker room after the class had already showered, dressed, and left. Knowing that the sophomores seldom used this gym and its showers, this was his only opportunity, and he recruited these 3 friends, 3 of his hoodlums, to help carry it out. One who wasn't even in this gym class. Amidst the steam cascading through the showers, his naked figure materialized. Tate, a paragon of arrogance, his rather small penis hard and his eyes gleaming with an evil intent that sent shivers through my very being. With a chilling declaration, he announced my fate. Today's the day this faggot learns to suck cock. The scene was surreal for me, as if everything was happening in slow motion. The lights and the bear bulbs started to streak. I could hear my lungs filling with massive intakes of air. Somehow, in this haze of brain clutter, I heard myself uttering something like, "I will bite it off, motherfucker." While to some of you, this may come across as a scene from an erotic drive-in feature, I can attest that there was no lust or desire in play. This was an act of pure power and brutality directed toward me. I was a chubby, barely post-pubescent boy, littered with freckles and pasty white skin. Tate was just the opposite. He had the physique of a jock and could easily pass for 18. The others were average 14 or 15-year-olds. Tate remained silent as he drew nearer, while the other boys held my head steady and attempted to force open my jaw. His dick approached my lips, causing the other three guys to recoil in disgust, avoiding contact with another guy's junk. There was no chance I would open my mouth. One of the guys delivered a decisive blow to the back of my head, sending a surge of pain coursing through me. I was left momentarily dazed. In that instant, the voice of Olivia Newton-John flooded my mind with such intensity that it felt as if everyone in the shower could hear it. Don't throw it all away. Just as the music reached a crescendo, chaos erupted. The commotion resembled a stampede of buffalo fleeing from a predator. The next group of boys was arriving upstairs in the locker room for gym class. Was this merely a coincidence, or perhaps some divine intervention from my grandmother? I made a conscious effort to force my brain to return to reality. That's when the four boys instantly dashed away like startled rabbits, one of them snatching my towel before they retreated up the stairs into the busy locker room. Still on my knees, naked, exposed. "Don't throw it all away," echoed incessantly in my mind. I just waited, dumbfounded, until the locker room sounded empty. With the boys on their way to the stadium, I assumed Tate, Pierce, Bartram, and Selena had gone as well. I climbed the stairs, shivering in my wet nakedness, found my locker, and dressed in silence. I was sure to get a tardy slip when I showed up late for speech class. Direct hit. The illustration is a realism oil on canvas of a red-haired boy at a podium. He's in front of a class of students all wearing purple, and the boy is being pelted with paper wads. I arrived at my speech class a good 20 minutes late, but that was of no consequence to his name is insignificant to any of us. Another kid was sitting down as the teacher turned his attention to me. "So, Mr. Bruni, perfect timing. Your turn to give us your informative speech to the class." Wow, no tardy slip, I thought, feeling lucky. I placed my books on the desk, took hold of the pages containing my speech, and made my way to the podium. Facing my classmates felt like confronting a firing squad. Russ Selena, one of the boys from the shower, was sitting in the third row. So far, he hadn't made any eye contact with me. "Good afternoon, everyone," I stated. "Fuck you, faggot," came a voice from the audience. "Today I want to talk to you about something that might seem small," I continued speaking through the hecklers. "Yeah, small like your dick," massive laugh in the audience, "but plays a significant role in our lives, bees." But before I dive into the buzzing world of bees, the interruptions continue. "You're such a girly little bitch, you pathetic queer. Let's take a moment to understand why we give informative speeches. Your mother should have aborted your fairy ass. I get sick looking at you." The purpose of an informative speech is to educate and enlighten our audience on one condom breaks and we have to live with this asshole, big laughs, particular topic. It's about sharing knowledge in a way that's engaging, accessible, and "why don't you just go die, fag boy?" Mild applause. Most importantly, informative. Through our tone of voice, the pace at which we speak, "What the fuck is with that hair?" the paper wads start appearing around the podium. And the passion behind our words. We can make any topic, even the smallest bee. "Zzz, you light up my life, sweetie." Someone was referring to the overplayed Debbie Boone song all over the radio. Seemed fascinating. And with gestures and the way we stand, we can convey our more paper wads arrive. One hitting me on the head. Ha! Direct hit, Jerry. Enthusiasm and commitment to the subject, making you, the audience, care about it too. By now you probably get the idea. But no, you don't. I can only read one insult at a time, but in reality, the audience commentary doesn't stop, not for a second, from the dozen or so kids throughout my entire speech. From the left, from the right, from the center, from the back, from the front. Most of the time, no one could hear a word I was saying. But for the first time, there was not a peep from Russ Salina. His eyes never met mine. And how about that son of a bitch coward of an educator, Mr. His name is insignificant? He allowed this to continue, not just for this speech, but for every speech I was forced to make throughout the entire school year. Mr. His name is insignificant is just as liable as every bully in that class. Then, completely out of the blue, this happened as I was wrapping up. Thanks for listening, and remember, every small action counts in saving. Oh, come on, guys, shut up, enough already. One of the biggest bullies, a frequent contributor to the running commentary during my previous speeches, actually had a moment of compassion, a flicker of remorse. Not that his words had any impact. These tiny heroes of our ecosystem, thank you. But his words had significant impact on me. It's the only time ever at that school that any bully seemed to reveal a brief instant of regret. Coping mechanism. Compartmentalizing. After what happened to me in the locker room showers, you may think I was insane, worrying about getting a tardy slip for being late to speech class. In retrospect, I certainly thought I was. But in fact, another coping mechanism was in play. Compartmentalizing. Imagine my mind as a giant cabinet with many drawers, each holding different parts of my life. There's one drawer for my homework, another for the fun times with my family, and then there's this one drawer that's a bit harder to open, where I shove all the hurtful words and actions from the bullies at school. It's like I'm packing away the pain into a small box, locking it up so it doesn't spill over into the rest of my life. This way, I can focus on my homework, enjoy dinners with the family, and lose myself in my guitar playing without the shadow of bullying looming over me. Compartmentalizing helps me maintain control. It's like being a ship's captain in stormy seas, steering my thoughts away from the crashing waves of fear and humiliation. When the bullies call me names or push me around, I mentally take those moments and isolate them. I tell myself, this is just one part of my day, not the whole story. It's not easy, though. Sometimes the drawer gets too full, and I feel like it'll burst open. But most of the time, it allows me to smile and to be present with the people who truly care about me without dragging the weight of my troubles into every moment. Compartmentalizing is how I survived each day. It's what allowed me to store away what happened to me in the shower and focus on the next threat of trauma, the speech I had to make in the next class, and the tardy slip I would get for being late to class. It's how I protect the parts of me that the bullies can't reach. It was all done subconsciously, and it was my way of holding on to hope, onto the belief that things would get better, and onto the person I am beyond the bullying. Coping mechanism. Time distortion. It's a phenomenon known as time distortion. During a traumatic event, everything feels like it's happening in slow motion. Time distortion makes things feel like they're unfolding more slowly than usual. This experience is related to the brain's response to extreme stress or danger. During highly stressful or traumatic events, the amygdala, the region of the brain primarily associated with emotional processes, becomes highly active. This is linked to the body's fight or flight response. The brain goes into a heightened state of awareness, leading to a flood of sensory information. To process this influx of information, the brain may alter the perception of time, making it seem like events are happening in slow motion. In theory, that would have given me a perceived advantage in responding to the immediate threat, even though the actual passage of time remains unchanged. It's important to note that time distortion can occur in various contexts, not just during traumatic events. It can happen during moments of extreme fear or excitement, or even during accidents where individuals report seeing things in slow motion. Complicit. The illustration is a Baroque chiaroscuro oil on canvas in Caravaggio style. The head of a red-haired boy is sitting on a wooden table surrounded by clergymen, nuns, students dressed in purple tunics, and a crucifix overlooking the scene. A post-mortem now on those back-to-back ordeals. The violence in the shower was undeniably a grave violation of human dignity, as any assault is. I was completely vulnerable being caught off guard. I was terrified, I was humiliated, and above all else, I was ashamed. There's that word again, shame. Shame is why I've remained silent about this incident and many others until now. Through therapy, I realized that I was most ashamed to be seen as a victim. Despite everything that's happened to me throughout my school years, I never saw myself as one. It takes a victim to make a victim. I don't see myself as one to this day. And I don't want people to apologize to me when they hear what I've gone through. No, I didn't report it to the school because, let's be honest, who'd believe me? Who would take my word over a revered school jock and his goons? They would have denied everything. There is no real justice. It's just us. Those 4 guys are probably still alive. They're probably married and likely have children or grandchildren who may be bullied or bullies. Their shame is entirely valid and undeniable. My shame, I'm done. And you know what? That assault in the showers wasn't nearly as traumatic for me as the speech class attacks. The speech class ordeal was a scheduled and regular humiliation. I still struggle with Mr. His name is insignificant. There are no words for knowingly getting up in front of a class over and over and over again and allowing yourself to be utterly humiliated because the teacher was a coward. He was the adult in the room. Am I wrong to say he was supposed to protect me? As I go around the table in my mind of all those faces, the teachers, the priests, the nuns, the coaches, the students, the parents, all the people who put my head on a platter, one word resonates with me: complicit. Gallery 8, Power Dynamics. On top of the world. The illustration is a semi-abstract impressionist digital painting of a man with very long flowing red hair painting some steel beams on top of a high-rise building under construction. In my junior year, a significant event left me feeling invincible. I landed a job, 3 of them actually. Initially, I worked at a place called Zantigo, a precursor to Taco Bell. After a brief stint there, I transitioned to Ponderosa, a steakhouse where my role was the dishwasher. A few months later, I was on top of the world when I secured a position at Gold Circle, a chain of discount department stores reminiscent of today's Target outlets. At Gold Circle, I immersed myself in the camera and records department, selling countless Space Invader games, Kodak Instamatic 110 film rolls, Grease albums, 8-tracks, cassettes, and untold numbers of Pong game consoles. This job was not just about earning a paycheck. It was a learning experience that taught me invaluable lessons about myself. I discovered my ability to handle responsibility, show up on time, and be reliable. I could collaborate effectively with my colleagues, managers, and the store's diverse customer base. Moreover, it provided a sanctuary where I didn't have to remain constantly vigilant against bullies. While some coworkers could be difficult, customers troublesome, it was a revelation that I wasn't as damaged as I had once believed. Furthermore, having a job radically reshaped my perspective on school. While I continued to do everything necessary to graduate, school no longer monopolized my focus. The petty dramas and antics of peers, priests, and teachers ceased to hold sway over me. I still encountered regular instances of bullying, but the emotional sting was long gone. Their power over me evaporated as I grew in self-assurance. A college preparatory high school's emphasis on competition, academic standards, and a permitted culture of cliques and bullying created immovable barriers to my learning and self-discovery. Instead of nurturing and empowering me, my high school inadvertently became an obstacle on my path to realizing my full potential. Coping mechanism. Sublimation. Freud introduced the concept of sublimation, which involves channeling unacceptable or harmful impulses into socially acceptable, even productive activities. Focusing on my new job could be sublimating the negative feelings and experiences from being bullied into a constructive endeavor. Engaging deeply in work or an interest outside of the bullying context provided relief and a sense of accomplishment or identity beyond the victim role. Working boosted my self-esteem and offered a psychological and emotional respite from the stress of bullying. Getting that gold circle job was a breakthrough for me. It made me realize that bullying doesn't follow you wherever you go. People can actually be cool and fun, and friendships can be built away from the trauma. When my sole focus was no longer on school, my trauma was eased tenfold because I was getting validation and support and growing in confidence. The Bigger Man. The illustration is a neo-Victorian steampunk-style oil on canvas. Two boys are wearing Victorian-style clothing, riding in a vintage convertible on the streets of a fantastical city, the driver's long red hair blowing in the breeze. Also in my junior year, I achieved one of my life's key goals. I got my driver's license. My 16th birthday marked one of the most memorable days of my life. With the newfound freedom to drive, I could fly. My vehicle was the family's old station wagon, a dark green 1970 AMC Ambassador. Despite its many flaws, including lots of rust, in my mind, it was akin to the finest Cadillac. I owe immense gratitude to Anime for accompanying me on my birthday to take the driving test, understanding the significance of driving to me, and entrusting me with that aging junk pile. It was indeed a dream fulfilled. At that time, I recall contemplating, now, if I encounter a bully at a stop sign, they'll have to yield if I arrive first. It's the law, right? It's absurd how many circumstances led me to think in such a manner. As my two friends also began driving, one shared an incredible anecdote. While driving home from school, he spotted a hitchhiker up ahead who happened to be one of his most aggressive bullies. Rather than passing him by, he pulled over and offered the bully a ride. I was astounded when he recounted this tale. It was an action I would never have considered, yet it was undeniably brilliant. With that courage, he proved himself to be the bigger man. The power dynamic in their relationship underwent a profound transformation in that magical moment. From then on, the bully never harassed my friend again. Since he told me that story, I've imagined myself doing that, offering a lift to one of my bullies. It's such an empowering idea. I've been on the lookout for those kind of things in my life, those little magic moments that result in astounding change. We owe it to ourselves and each other. Too much, too little, too late. The illustration is a photorealism digital artwork of a man standing on top of a picnic table with a microphone, singing and dancing as a boy with red hair is singing and dancing on the ground beside him. In January of 1978, Cincinnati endured a blizzard like no other. We had 31 inches of snowfall that month, the highest amount ever recorded in the area. I was so thrilled the snow canceled school for days at a time. My father and I walked across the completely frozen Ohio River to Kentucky and back, one of the few fun memories with him. We didn't see a warm stretch until sometime in April. My father jumped at the chance to get some yard work done and enlisted me to help him. Most of the work focused on the backyard, 1/4 of which was a fenced-in in-ground pool. Cutting the grass, trimming the weeds, edging, sweeping. My father relished turning yard work into an absolute miserable experience. He would nitpick at everything I did. He deliberately pushed button after button until he found the one that triggered me. This was all a game to him. He reveled in the aggravation he created. This had nothing to do with cutting the grass. It was all about fucking with me. I figured that out far too late. because I always rewarded him with a reaction he wanted. We had a big picnic table under a tree in the yard, and after a dose of his bullshit, I sat down for a rest, whether he wanted me to or not. I turned on a radio I had brought from the house and tuned it into the top 40 FM station. While sitting there, he came over to scold me because he didn't like how I cut the weeds behind the shed. I didn't trim them enough. Meanwhile, I trimmed the weeds along the pool fencing too much. I just robotically repeated what I'd always say. Tell me what you want me to do. I want you to be more like Jay. Ouch. I didn't see that one coming. Jay is my brother, about 4 years younger than me. In response to that comment, I swung around on the picnic table seat and blasted the volume on the radio big time just to shut him out. The Johnny Mathis and Denise Williams hit, Too Much, Too Little, Too Late, had just started, and I let that sucker play. I jumped right on top of the picnic table, and using weed trimmers as a makeshift microphone, I joined Mr. Mathis himself as we danced and sang, belting out the words like we had no cares in the world. And for the next 2 minutes and 58 seconds, we didn't. Too much, too little, too late. Fortunately, I came armed with the latest disco dance moves from classes my sister Sharon and I took. I performed the hustle to Mr. Mathis' utter surprise, because I don't hustle, remember? I did some double arm swing action, YMCA moves, the bump, and even some funky chicken. I was on fire atop that table with more legs than a bucket of chicken. Johnny could barely keep up. High-fiving, air guitaring, lip-syncing, and hand-jiving. Johnny and I gave it all. Too much, too little, too late. In so many ways, the song was poignantly prophetic about this supposed father-son relationship. The magic was gone when the song ended, transitioning into Roberta Flack's The Closer I Get to You. I shook hands with Mr. Mathis, thanked him for his appearance, jumped off the table, and turned off the radio. My father came over frustrated and snapped at me. Are you done? Bet Jay can't do that. Mic drop. The Greatest Foe on Earth. The illustration is a hyper-realistic fantasy digital image of a snow globe with a circus motif. A big clown with bright red hair, wearing a purple jacket and a top hat, is receiving a diploma. He's receiving it from a purple and white tiger, all dressed in a purple suit and top hat. On June 2nd, 1980, the greatest foe on Earth ended. Strike the lavender tents. The red-haired clown has left the center ring. Anna Mae was very disappointed when I refused to pose for pictures at my high school graduation, not in that lavender cap and gown. I didn't want any photo memories of that place. The ones permanently seared into my brain are more than enough. And unlike pictures that fade with time, these will last forever. I count surviving high school as one of my most significant accomplishments. Seriously. And just as I predicted, on June 3rd, the bullying was over. Finished. That was the day peer pressure ceased. Drama evaporated. Competitiveness waned. And gossip faded. It marked the end of the jocks, swirlies, priests, projectiles, speeches, heroes just because they were baby daddies, cliques, and their entourages. It was also the final day any authority figure could threaten me with something going on my permanent record. There is no permanent record. All the nonsense, all of it, ends here. Plus, I've got my whole life in front of me for healing. I realize that countless guys have had exceptional experiences at this high school. That's the way education is supposed to be, and I envy them for experiencing that. I just hope their exceptional experiences weren't at the expense of the many overlooked students like me who were used as easy prey. I also realize that this type of bullying happens at every school. Mine was no exception. Bottom line, my graduation day was everything I hoped it would be. Over. Ray's profound truth. Wear mismatched shoes as a reminder to step out of line. Gallery 9. Reigns of Redemption. Free Reign. The illustration is a hyper-realism digital painting of a man with long flowing red hair standing in the rain, with his arms stretched, staring up into the sky with a huge smile on his face. College was like a refreshing spring rainstorm that lasted for weeks, washing away the filthy stench and stink of those bullies from my being. A rain of redemption was cleansing the spirit, leaving me invigorated and rejuvenated as I adjusted to this new normal. The campus was a sanctuary where humanity seemed to thrive once more. Nobody looked at me sideways. There were no whispers behind my back. No projectiles were launched my way. Now, granted, the university was very young and had recently graduated from state college stature, so the presence of fraternities and sororities remained subtle, and there were no dormitories, so there was little room for creating unnecessary division or exclusivities, which is what high school was all about. So while the bullying essentially ended, the effects of the trauma were just beginning. My major was TV production. The university had a studio, cameras, a switcher, backdrops, lights, and props. It was primitive, but it was the most equipped studio I'd ever worked in. I produced high-concept events, like a Gold Circle fashion show, and even shot some music videos pre-MTV. My right brain rain meter was in overdrive, and I often felt breathless when I was producing and directing these projects. And here's a shocker. I tackled another speech class. Can you imagine? What the fuck was I thinking? For my speech class, I devised a clever strategy to keep my nerves at bay. A demonstration of the latest Polaroid instant camera, which captured and printed snapshots of my audience members, just to keep them on their toes. To my surprise, they were a group of attentive and respectful peers, dispelling my fears of a high school flashback. A classmate in one or two of my courses was a guy named George Clooney. I doubt you've heard of him. He's the son of Nick Clooney, the powerhouse TV news anchor in the Cincinnati TV market. George asked his dad to speak to our class, and it was great to get his views on the state of local TV news. Little did Nick know that among the students he was speaking to was a future titan of the industry, poised to dethrone him and Channel 12 as the #1 newscast in the city. Ray's profound truth. Right brain rain creates a river that refuses to be dammed, flowing into the vast ocean of possibility. Burning bridges. The illustration is a magical realism oil on canvas of a man with long flowing red hair sitting on the edge of the suspension bridge, contemplating whether to jump. Let's clarify the terminology here. If I were to confide, gee, I wish I was dead nearly every day of my life, to a psychiatrist, she might respond with a calm, go on. However, utter the words, I've been thinking about killing myself, and you'll find yourself quickly escorted away by people in white coats. Suicide is no joke. When grappling with depression, anxiety, or any other mental health condition, it's all too easy to devalue your own life. I'm not a mental health professional, so if you find yourself in such a state, seeking help is imperative. It's true, I wished I was dead once or twice, most days, but I never attempted suicide, nor have I seriously contemplated it. Throughout those tumultuous school years, I was clinging to the belief that a light was at the end of the tunnel, and there was. Despite the relentless bullying, I knew it had a shelf life, and indeed it did. That knowledge didn't make each day any easier, but it instilled hope. I'm well aware that today's kids face a bully I didn't encounter in the 1970s, social media. Social media is a bully you invite in. It offers little value and is engineered to evoke feelings of inadequacy, unattractiveness, social isolation, intellectual inferiority, and body dissatisfaction. Kids communicate almost exclusively through social media today, but by engaging with social media, they're willingly subjecting themselves to professional bullies. They cannot win. and they will never escape the bullies and trolls. Which brings up a good question about bullied kids like me. Did I allow myself to be bullied? Did I essentially give bullies permission to treat me like trash? Social media bullying can leave deep, invisible scars, creating a persistent sense of vulnerability as hurtful comments and messages can follow victims into their homes, leaving them feeling unsafe even in their own private spaces. It magnifies the audience for bullying behavior, not only humiliating victims in front of a wider group, but also perpetuating the cycle of abuse as content can be shared and spread rapidly. The anonymity afforded by digital platforms also emboldens bullies, leading to more severe harassment than might occur face-to-face, as perpetrators feel shielded from immediate consequences. Victims may suffer in silence, with the constant connectivity to their peers making it difficult to escape the psychological torment. This leads to issues like anxiety, depression, and even suicidal thoughts. Furthermore, social media bullying complicates the detection and intervention by adults, as much of the interaction is hidden in the digital realm, often going unnoticed until the effects have profoundly impacted the victim's well-being. A crush on you. The illustration is a neo-Victorian steampunk oil on canvas of a man with long flowing red hair watching a fantastical auto-crushing machine as it squashes his car into a small chunk of metal. By now you might be asking yourself why I allowed myself to be bullied all those years. Is it accurate to say I allowed myself to let them bully me? Possibly. I grapple with a complex web of emotions and thoughts about that. There's no straightforward answer. But if I'm being honest, there are several reasons why I found it impossible to stick up for myself in the face of bullying. First and foremost, I was alone. I was afraid. I had a profound sense of isolation. I was determined to hide this bullying from my mother, simply because I didn't want her to look at me the way kids at school did. So some of the isolation was of my own making. That aloneness and fear, which grew over many years, created a paralyzing web that ensnared me, leaving me powerless and vulnerable. At school, I was constantly heightened in fight or flight mode, thinking 1 or 2 steps ahead to foresee and prevent an interaction with a bully. Those guys wielded power over me, both physical and psychological, that made it seem like any attempt to resist or fight back would only result in physical harm. So in a sense, I opted for psychological harm to protect myself from most of the bodily harm. As I stated at the beginning of this audiobook, an enormous sense of shame also weighed heavily on me. Yes, I did have red hair and freckles. Yes, I was an easy target because I was weak. My thought process worked differently than many of my peers, and then there was some effeminate mannerisms people observed. So with those perceived strikes against me, I internalized the oppressive messages of the bullies, convincing myself that I deserved the mistreatment they inflicted on me. I came to believe that I deserved less respect and dignity than others. This toxic combination of fear and low self-esteem created a vicious cycle that was impossible to break free from on my own. The more I allowed myself to be bullied, the more entrenched those feelings became, reinforcing the belief that I was unworthy of standing up for myself. It left me with zero self-worth. For a while as a young adult, some people, including anime, were secretly concerned I might be a sociopath. Someone who has no conscience, no empathy for others, no emotions. Trust me, I've always had a full complement of emotions. But in my formative years, because of the bullying, my emotions were all compressed down like a car which is crushed in a junkyard. The car ends up a tiny little box of steel. Likewise, my emotions were pulverized to the point of being numbed. It wasn't until my 30s that I realized through therapy that this is what happened to me, and I found strategies to reclaim my emotions from their desensitized state. Additionally, there's a sense of hopelessness that pervades my mindset. I've seen others try to stand up to the bullies, only to be met with even harsher reprisals. It's as if the bullies hold all the cards, and any attempt to challenge their authority is futile. So rather than risk making things worse, I resigned myself to the role of the passive target, hoping that if I had kept my head down and avoided drawing attention to myself, the bullying would eventually stop. Did that make me a coward? No, not if you understand the effects of internalized oppression. By claiming I was in a state of learned helplessness, well, that makes me a victim. And as I've stated, I never felt like a victim. So I suppose it all comes down to choosing which noun I can live with, coward or victim. Neither of them aligns with my goals and values. Internalized oppression. The process of internalizing the negative messages from bullying and incorporating them into our self-perception is often referred to as internalized oppression or internalization of negative evaluations. This phenomenon can lead to learned helplessness, where I begin to feel powerless to change my situation or myself due to a belief in my own incompetence or unworthiness, which has been reinforced by external negative feedback. It was a damaging cycle where I began to accept the abusive messages as truths about my identity and my worth. Over time, this internal chorus of negativity eroded my self-esteem, making it difficult for me to see myself as anything other than the flawed image the bullies painted. Ray's call to action. Make love as if no eyes are watching, no ears are listening, and no judgments are being passed. Sometimes in place of mine. The illustration is a classic realism oil on canvas of a man with red hair looking into the mirror and seeing his father staring back at him. I was driving home from college one afternoon when I heard on the radio there had been an explosion at a foundry. It wasn't until I arrived that I heard my father was one of the men badly injured while installing electrical wiring. He was severely burned and spent 9 months in the hospital recovering. When he returned home after this harrowing and life-altering experience, he was the same man as before. His perspective on me hadn't changed in the slightest. The only difference now was burn scars covered his body. Anna Mae confided in me that she was seriously considering a divorce, in part because of the way he treated me. But then the unexpected happened. He was diagnosed with cancer triggered by the burns. He would die at home within the year. Sunday. The illustration is a romanticism oil on canvas of a horse pulling a turn-of-the-century funeral hearse with a coffin up to a Gothic family mausoleum with mourners standing by in the pouring rain. As the funeral home attendants were carrying his body out of our house, the phone rang. A local TV station said I'd been one of the college candidates chosen for an unpaid internship. Could I start on Sunday? A day or so later, Anna Mae announced the funeral would be on Saturday, the burial on Sunday. She was aware of my situation. When I approached her, she said, "Go to the station on Sunday. Start your life." When mourners gathered at the cemetery to bury my father, I wasn't one of them. In so many ways, his death was my rebirth. The next chapters in my life are going to be exhilarating. Gallery 10, Comings and Goings. Stand by. The illustration is a photorealism digital image of a small plane having crash-landed into the Ohio River, a TV producer with red hair interviewing a police officer while TV cameras record the event. There was no time to catch my breath when I arrived at Channel 5 for the first time. "This is your typewriter. You can stash your briefcase there," were the first things anyone said to me. Then this: "We just got word that a small plane has crashed into the Ohio River. Your shooter is Travis. Head out there and report back what the situation is," said the weekend producer, who hadn't bothered to even ask my name. He handed me a two-way radio. Travis lived for breaking news. He got that aging news van across the bridge and down to the shore on the Kentucky side, lickety-split. As he slid back the door, he put the camera on one shoulder, slung the recorder strap over his other shoulder, and handed me a microphone with the logo 5 on the cube. "Get some sound," he barked as he slammed the van door and started briskly walking, me attached to him by the microphone cable. As we headed through the weeds toward the river, we walked right into the pilot, who was soaking wet and moving quickly, trying to avoid the cameras following him from Channel 12, 9, and now us. "Tell me what happened," a reporter from 9 shouted. No sound bites came from the pilot, who kept walking even faster now. "How are you feeling?" a reporter from Channel 12 yelled. I shoved my mic in his face along with the mics from the other stations, but this guy wasn't talking. I didn't ask any questions. What was the point? The guy eluded us and ran toward the police and emergency vehicles, which were just arriving on the scene. Travis stopped me. We turned around to get shots of the plane stuck in the mud bank along the river. "You've got to get in there. You've got to make them talk." He tongue-lashed me as he grabbed the mic from my hands. "Got it," I quipped as the plane came into view. He pointed his camera and started shooting B-roll. "This is Ray and Travis to base," I shouted into the two-way radio. "KKN 785, go ahead, Ray," came the response. A single-engine plane attempts to make an emergency landing on the river. The plane is now stuck in a mud bank on the Kentucky side about 100 yards west of the Big Mac Bridge. From what I can tell, there was one soul on board, the pilot. He appears fine and is now talking with coppers. "Over," I said rather proudly of my summation. "Stand by," from base. A moment later, "We're sending Robin to you to field anchor. Have Travis set up for live cut-ins. Base out." "Got it," I replied. Holy shit, I thought to myself, I can do this. My internship stretched over many months. I decided I wouldn't tell them it had ended. Weeks ago, I refused to leave. So I just kept showing up, interning for free. Eventually, I was able to prove my worth and was offered a full-time job as a writer, associate producer, then producer. I reluctantly quit my job at Gold Circle. I even left college in my senior year. I was producing the city's former mayor, Jerry Springer, who was just named main anchor. Who needs college? Jerry and co-anchor Norma took the town by storm, causing Channel 5 to move from worst to first, unseating Nick Clooney as the most watched news station in town. Told you. I felt privileged to have contributed, however modestly, to that success. Jerry and I would remain friends until his passing in 2023. I was only sure of one thing. I belonged here. And that's just the beginning. This next plot development I never saw coming, but I bet you did. Fly. The illustration is a fantasy photorealism digital image of a meadowlark with a streak of red hair feathering on his head. He's escaping from a gilded cage and flying out a window. People come into your life exactly when they're supposed to. Case in point, one fateful afternoon, while on assignment, I encountered a high-profile city official. Our initial on-camera exchange blossomed into an unexpected bond, drawing us together in conversations that stretched long into the night. After the 11 p.m. newscasts were wrapped, I'd head to his place. We'd drink peppermint schnapps, smoke a bunch of cigarettes, watch Letterman, and talk. He showed a genuine interest in my thoughts, an acceptance I wasn't used to and had never experienced before. In his presence, I was seen, valued, and strangely understood despite the stark contrast between us. Yet beneath the surface, I wrestled with a ton of insecurities. Here's a good-looking guy with a high-profile job who is more than a decade older than me, has lots of important friends, is spending time with me, and is asking my thoughts on all kinds of issues. No one had ever cared what I thought before. My thoughts were all locked away in my head, where no one had access to them. The only thing we had in common was our right brain way of seeing things. Right brain rainmakers have this right brain radar for others who think as we do. Conversely, here I was, a 23-year-old kid with no self-esteem, broke, on the lowest rung of a TV job, with no profound right brain thoughts that would interest anyone. So why the interest in me? Turns out he was waiting, possibly stalling. Just killing time, I suspect. For what exactly? The course of kismet? The decree of destiny? Fate? Neither of us knew. Whatever it was that brought us together still had more cards to play. So we waited. Several weeks, hundreds of cigarettes, and a few dozen Letterman shows would pass by. Then one evening, as the warmth of the schnapps coursed through my veins, an overwhelming force seized me. I felt completely flushed and white as a ghost. "Are you all right?" he asked nervously across the room as this flush feeling intensified. I had no control over what I was saying. Something had entirely taken me over. I was totally powerless against its force. In a moment of raw vulnerability, I uttered the unspoken words I had long kept hidden, revealing a truth that shook me to my core. "I'm gay," I whispered in disgust. I gasped for air. I was completely unsettled. What the hell just happened? His reaction was a mirror of my turmoil. A fragile dance of fear and understanding played out in the silence that enveloped us. He glared at me, stunned, at my admission that came entirely out of the blue. The silence lasted perhaps 10 seconds, but felt like an endless 10 minutes. He chose the words, "Well, I'm bi." In that fleeting moment, our truths collided. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. "Nah, come on, that's not true. I'm gay too," he told me with a massive smile in what felt almost like a confession. I sat there trying to catch my breath. I immediately felt grateful and relieved by his admission, which led to a newfound sense of freedom and acceptance. But I was utterly alarmed and perplexed about where my comments came from. That moment, the involuntary disclosure, marked my coming out, not just to him, but far more importantly, to me. I had what I refer to as a subconscious seizure. My subconscious was done with my bullshit and just took the reins, saying, "Enough of this facade. I'm in control now. Let me force your truth on you." It was a startling and unexpected moment of self-discovery, choreographed by the wise hand of fate and fueled by the unspoken connection between two souls. In that unscripted confession, I found the courage to admit my truth and the wavering support of someone who had been there all along, waiting for me to find my voice. I told you, people come into your life exactly when they're supposed to. Coping mechanism. Involuntary disclosure. Another mask shattered. Psychological involuntary disclosure stems from the subconscious mind influencing behavior or speech to bypass one's conscious filters and intentions. This phenomenon can occur in moments of high emotional intensity or during conversations where the subconscious desire for authenticity overpowers the planned timing or method of disclosure. It reflects the deep internal conflict between the desire to be open about one's identity and the fear of potential consequences or reactions. In my case, my subconscious revealed my sexual orientation, even though I may not have been consciously ready. Such involuntary admissions can lead to a mix of relief and anxiety, as they might prompt a necessary but unexpected confrontation with those feelings and the responses of others. Navigating the aftermath requires a supportive environment and often an exploration of your emotions and identity to reconcile the planned and actual paths of coming out. As far as I'm aware, I had no plans to come out when I did, so my subconscious took the wheel for me. An omen fulfilled. The illustration is a romanticism photorealism oil on canvas of a hitchhiker standing alongside a roadway, thumbing a ride as vehicles pass him by. During a 3-week spree of terror in May of 1983, a hitchhiker in the area was stalking drivers who were bold enough to stop and give him a lift. This killer murdered one man whose body was thrown in a ditch. He had been shot twice in the head, once in the chest. After a second motorist picked him up, the driver attempted to run, but was shot in the back and face and left for dead. He was paralyzed for life and died 4 years later. A third man offered the hitchhiker a ride. The hitchhiker forced him to drive to rural Indiana, where he was shot, but miraculously survived. The hitchhiker was often referred to as a serial killer, but technically just one person died at his hands. The search for the so-called hitchhiker killer was the lead story on every channel night after night. As lead news writer for Jerry Springer, I wrote countless breaking news stories on the search for the suspect and reports from police urging the public not to pick up hitchhikers. When the city finally announced an arrest in the case in June, the entire area breathed a sigh of relief. I, however, was astonished. The suspect in police custody was my high school bully, Declan McMahon. No doubt McMahon was troubled and a troublemaker, but it never occurred to me that he might be capable of murder. Perhaps that was the omen hidden in my mysterious dream several years earlier. His trial was held in October. In testimony, police said McMahon told them he committed the crimes because he needed $2,500 to pay a lawyer to defend him in a drug trafficking charge. He planned to steal a car and then rob a bank. His trial was breaking news, and my station was covering it wall to wall. I was sent to the courthouse several times during his trial to shuttle videotapes of testimony back to the station for air. On one occasion, as I entered the courtroom, McMahon was being escorted out via a side door. For a brief second, our eyes met. He seemed to recognize me as that piece of shit from the high school anteroom some 7 years earlier. But there was no emotion in his eyes, those once electric eyes. On October 5th, 1983, Declan McMahon was convicted and imprisoned for aggravated murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. But fate still had an ace to play. Becoming. The illustration is a fantasy photorealism digital painting of 2 men, a red-haired man and a black-haired man, riding carousel horses along the beach after the horses escaped from the carousel. Over the next 2 to 3 years, I evolved into a higher form of myself, someone I began to like and liked becoming. Along with this newfound clarity came a wave of conflicting emotions. Society's ingrained prejudices, misguided religious teachings, and the explosive echoes of bullies had taught me to view my sexuality as something shameful, something to be hidden away in the shadows. I was inundated with messages that being gay meant being less than, unworthy of love and acceptance, and I believed it. But then, unexpectedly, I fell in love. Deeply, very much like anime predicted when we listened to Melissa Manchester sing Through the Eyes of Love those many years ago. That song now reveals itself to me in ways I could never comprehend back then. It's a song only someone who experienced a higher love could write, the incomparable Carol Bear Sager and Marvin Hamlish. This love manifested in a form so pure and potent that the only word for it is divine. It defied logic, broke down barriers, and ignited my soul with an exhilarating and terrifying intensity. I had never felt so vulnerable. I found love with a man. It was a feeling that surpassed all expectations, a profound and undeniable connection that was clearly a gift from a higher power. In its presence, I felt whole, complete, and utterly alive. A part of me was so grateful to have fallen in love simply because I wasn't sure I was capable of such feelings. Many people, even married couples, have never experienced the transformative power of love. They never see the colors right before them become so vivid before their eyes. They never hear those countless love songs and truly experience the metaphoric messages in the music. For them, love is companionship disguised as marriage, and there's nothing wrong with that. Until it becomes so easy for them to cast judgment from a place of ignorance and fear, because they've never experienced it. They cling to outdated beliefs and dogmas, using them as weapons to tear down anyone who has reached something so profound that it's beyond their comprehension. That's why people hate. Hate is easy. That love and that lover are now precious pieces of my past. I would never love that unreservedly again in my life. Getting here has been a long and winding road, but I found the strength to embrace my true, authentic self. Rescue. The illustration is a contemporary digital image of two astronauts on a spacewalk. The tether has broken on the astronaut with the red hair, and the other astronaut is desperately trying to reach him. As an adult, I've had very vivid and horrific dreams for many years. One was recurring. I'm an astronaut on a spacewalk to repair my spacecraft. A fellow astronaut joins me, but something goes wrong and my tether breaks. I start drifting into space. My fellow astronaut makes a valiant attempt to save me, but is unable to reach me. And I see myself drifting far into space, all alone, knowing there would be no rescue. I mentioned that dream once to my shrink. He told me to try something. Replay the dream over and over in your mind. But this time, when my tether snaps, picture one of your close friends inside the other astronaut's suit, and you will observe a different outcome. So I replayed the scene with Barry, then Tony, then Randy, then Mark, then Sunda, and finally with Tommy. Each one of them safely rescued me, no sweat, and I never experienced that disturbing dream again. That exercise enabled me to visualize the power of friendships. I've known each of those guys for 20 plus years, and I value our individual relationships. We're put on this earth for one simple reason, to make connections. And those connections follow us to future lives. Connections are not easy for me. That's why it's essential for those of us who have endured bullying to overcome the isolation that results from persecution and learn to trust so we can build those relationships. Gallery 11, Recognition and Recollections. Staying grounded. The illustration is a photorealism digital image of a helicopter which has just landed at a media center, and a man with long flowing red hair is exiting and heading into the building with a story. My TV career took me to Huntington, West Virginia, Columbus, Ohio, and Detroit before fate beckoned me to the glittering lights of Los Angeles, offering an opportunity that would redefine my entire existence. An independent TV station hired me to create a daily, local, 2-hour morning show. That meant hiring the staff and on-camera talent, creating the format, imagining the look of the show, and launching the thing on air. Imagine the whirlwind, my right brain reign and passion colliding as I stepped into the role of showrunner for a groundbreaking morning show. The sheer magnitude of responsibility nearly overwhelmed me, but my creative spirit soared. I meticulously handpicked a team of talent, each a shining star in their own right, both in front of and behind the camera. And after a typical rocky start, our show blossomed into a phenomenon, capturing the viewers' hearts and etching its name in television history. We soared to unimaginable heights, surpassing even the giants of network morning television. Every member of our dedicated staff played a pivotal role in this extraordinary success, with each moment a testament to our collective dedication and unwavering passion. The original KTLA Morning News became the highest-rated local morning show in TV history. That's a record it still holds. In 2022, the KTLA Morning News was honored by the Hollywood Walk of Fame people with its own star. Actor Eric McCormick presided over the ceremony that was carried live on TV by, of course, the KTLA Morning News. This success was mind-boggling. We must have had every star in Hollywood on as a guest at one time or another. One of them was a legendary maestro, Marvin Hamlish. His presence was a beacon of musical genius, gracing our green room with warmth and humility. He asked me, "Ray, what song would you like me to perform on the show?" Before I could answer, he said, "I know what you're going to say, The Way We Were." I said, "Mr. Hamlish, I love that song, but there's another one that means so much more to me. Your Melissa Manchester hit, Through the Eyes of Love." He looked at me, flashed a huge smile, and said, "Oh my God, no one ever asked me to play that one. Thank you so much. You just made my day." No, sir, Mr. Hamlish, you made mine. And then there was Carol Bear Sager, a lyrical luminary whose words had woven into my life's fabric long before our paths crossed. The woman who wrote the lyrics to Through the Eyes of Love is one of the most famous songwriters of all time. Her hits include Arthur's Theme, The Best That You Can Do, Midnight Blue, Come In From the Rain, That's What Friends Are For, The Prayer, and so many others. When I worked the camera and records counter at Gold Circle, I came across her superb solo album, Sometimes Late at Night, which she produced with her husband, Burt Bacharach. I played that LP all day for my entire 8-hour shift through the speakers in the record department, and it's front and center on my iPhone playlist. I know every note from that album as if they were tattooed all over my body. One of our talent bookers snagged Carol for an appearance on our show to promote a project. I walked backstage to the green room to meet her, but I couldn't bring myself to go in. The mere thought of meeting her, of standing in the presence of such greatness, left me trembling with a profound sense of inadequacy. I truly felt that I was not worthy of being in her presence. I realize this sounds preposterous and I'm overstating things, but it's true. I felt like an imposter, just playing the role of a TV producer, and she would see right through me. I couldn't go in to meet her, and I didn't. Yet fate, in its mysterious way, orchestrated a serendipity that would stay etched in my memory forever. A friend and I attended an AIDS fundraiser in Beverly Hills one night in the early 1990s. Big stars like Bette Midler and Gloria Estefan were performing. We took our seats and were anxious for the music to begin. The seats to my right were not occupied. Then, moments before the lights were lowered, who did I see walking straight for me but Carol Bear Sager and her entourage? She sat right next to me throughout the entire concert. All I managed to say to her was, "Hi, how are you doing?" I couldn't articulate the words to tell her how profound her lyrics were to me throughout my life. Indeed, a missed opportunity, but occasionally my low self-esteem still shows up at the most inopportune times. Because of the success of the KTLA Morning News, I could do something I'd never done before. I bought a house. Nope, not in the crowded, overbuilt heart of Hollywood. I was drawn to the quiet serenity of the Mojave Desert, northeast of Los Angeles. I wanted space. I wanted a sanctuary where I could finally breathe and create amidst the vast expanse of nature. I wanted a big house with all the amenities. I lived there on and off for the next 25 years, and I spent much of my life on crowded freeways. I built a recording studio there and finally got around to recording some of the hundreds of songs I'd written. I even released 4 albums on iTunes. Unfortunately, none of them with the covers I drew back in algebra class. And though the years have passed and I moved on from that home, the priceless echoes of that time continue to live within me. Imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is this relentless feeling that I don't truly deserve my achievements or the admiration of others, no matter how hard I've worked or what I've overcome. It's like a voice inside me keeps saying, I've only gotten this far by luck, not because of my talent or efforts. And sooner or later, everyone will realize this mistake. This feeling is magnified by my past experiences with bullying, where I was constantly made to feel less than others, reinforcing the idea that I'm not supposed to succeed or be celebrated. So when it comes to meeting people like Carol Bear Sager, this syndrome whispers that I'm a fraud, unworthy of their time or attention, and it's only a matter of time before they, too, see me as just that bullied boy pretending to be more. A mellow muse. The illustration is a fantasy photorealism digital painting of a beautiful blonde woman with long flowing hair, embracing a little boy with red hair in a mystical setting. People come into your life exactly when they're supposed to. That was certainly the case with singer Olivia Newton-John. She entered my life through her records back in the early 1970s. I mentioned her song, Don't Throw It All Away, created a mental musical suit of armor and protection around me during the worst bullying I experienced in high school. I honestly believe I'd be a seriously damaged individual if that song hadn't found me and protected me when it did. Now, I was in a unique position to show her and everyone in Los Angeles my immense gratitude. Olivia lived in Malibu and was happy to come on the KTLA Morning News to promote her 5th compilation album, Back to Basics, The Essential Collection, 1971 to 1992. When she arrived in a sleek black limousine, I could barely speak as she got out of the car. Imposter syndrome be damned. I told her what an absolute honor it was to have her on the show. She was everything I'd hoped she'd be. Beautiful, gracious, fun, unaffected, and genuinely one of the nicest people you'd ever want to meet. I led her into the makeup room, where I got to spend a few minutes alone with her. As she was touching up her flawless face, I was sitting nearby. I was quizzing her on her upcoming concert tour. Turning to look at me, she asked, "So, Ray, which of my old songs would you want to hear in concert?" Without question, I said, "Have You Never Been Mellow?" That simple tune was another one of my favorites and one of her biggest hits. Surprised, but in her playful Aussie accent, she said, "Really? You don't think that song is so dated?" "No way," I said. "It takes me back to a more melancholy place and time." All she uttered was, interesting. Then I shared a secret with her. "I have a big surprise for you if you can stay around till the end of the show." She said absolutely, but couldn't imagine what it could be. The on-air interview went beautifully. Olivia laughed hysterically when we played an unexpected clip I found of her 1980s Hollywood Nights TV special. She even signed all my movie posters, Grease, Xanadu, and Two of a Kind, right there live on the air. Later, another guest, actor Ben Stiller, invited her to join him for some fun in his segment. And then the surprise. Olivia was sitting at the table with my 4 hosts, Barbara, Carlos, Mark, and Sam. When the show returned from the commercial break, she said to the hosts, "I just want to say it's so fun being on this show, because usually when you go in and do a morning show, everyone's very serious, and they talk to you about the questions they're going to ask and what you're going to say. And this is just great because you don't know what the heck's going to happen at any moment." And boy, was she right. At that moment, I walked in with a giant birthday cake, and giant ribbons of balloons were brought in from both sides of the set. Her birthday was just a few days away, and she was shocked. Everyone sang happy birthday. She blew out the candles, and the remainder of the show was Olivia slicing up the cake and handing out pieces to cast and crew. Who'd have thought back in 1977 that one day I'd be throwing a surprise birthday party for Olivia frickin' Newton-John? After the show, I carried the balloons out, stuffing them into the limo. Olivia wanted to bring them home for her daughter to play with. I didn't tell her specifically about Don't Throw It All Away, but shared how important her music was to me growing up. She then thanked me, hugged me, and the limousine disappeared on Sunset Boulevard. When I returned to the studio, I surprised myself. I went to a back corner and just cried. I sobbed, really. Those were healing moments for me, and I am eternally grateful to her. One footnote, ever since those moments between me and Olivia, she's opened every one of her concerts with the sweet strains of Have You Never Been Mellow? Coincidence? No way. And the winner is... The illustration is a fantasy photorealism digital image of a good-looking man with red hair on a stage, thrilled at receiving an award in front of an audience full of people. Receiving 4 Emmy Awards for our Los Angeles morning show, the KTLA Morning News, was an incredible and profoundly gratifying moment for me, personally and professionally. Heading to the stage 4 separate times, I stood alongside the talented individuals who helped create our amazing morning show. I felt immense gratitude. These people believed in me and saw my potential even when I couldn't see it myself. They lifted me when I was down, supported me when I faltered, and inspired me to never give up on my dreams. Sharing the stage with them was not just a celebration, but also a testament to the power of resilience, perseverance, and the unwavering belief we must all have in ourselves. As I looked out at the sea of faces in the audience, co-workers, friends, even anime who joined me on this night, I knew that my journey was far from over. There were still mountains to climb, dreams to chase, and stories to tell. But in that moment, bathed in the glow of success, I knew I was exactly where I was supposed to be. But then an offer comes along that says, here's where you could be. I can do that. The illustration is a photorealism digital image of a good-looking man with long flowing red hair smoking a cigarette in his office in a Manhattan skyscraper with an incredible view. When my agent delivered the news, it felt like a lightning bolt had struck. GMA wants you in New York, he explained. They want you as executive producer to overhaul their weekend show, just like you did with your morning show in Hollywood. It was an unbelievable opportunity, accompanied by an outrageous money offer that was obscene. With all the cards laid on the table, I managed to muster confidently, yeah, I can do that. The transition from avidly watching Good Morning America in high school media class to actually producing it left me utterly speechless. Yet, amidst the excitement, nagging doubts kept creeping in. What if I'm not ready? What if deep down, I'm merely an imposter, masquerading as a TV producer, and this new role exposes me? My lack of self-esteem grabbed me by the throat and refused to let go. I decided to keep my desert home as a weekend oasis. In New York, I settled into a picturesque lakeside residence in Scarsdale, a quiet Manhattan suburb. A chauffeured car whisked me to and from work daily, where I was ensconced in a breathtaking glass-walled office overlooking Lincoln Center. The office right below me belonged to Barbara Walters. I was producing top TV personalities like Anderson Cooper, Robin Roberts, and George Stephanopoulos. We had our pick of A-list talent to book as guests on the show, and more musical acts than we knew what to do with. This dream job appeared so perfect. So why was I so completely miserable? Let's look at the situation impartially. Network bosses recruited me to infuse their show with my daring, right-brain rain-making creativity. I was capable of delivering on that. But what I discovered after settling in was that they expected me to be a right-brain rainmaker by creating a fly-by-the-seat-of-our-pants show with the rigid parameters of their left-brain news culture. Remember what Olivia said? This show is just great because you don't know what the heck's going to happen at any moment. Not here. Every moment had to be pre-planned and scripted. It's a disconnect I just didn't foresee, and neither did they. I'll never forget when I was reprimanded after a live broadcast. These are ABC News anchors and correspondents. You can't have them sitting on a kitchen counter in your show. I commend ABC executives for recognizing the need for a creative overhaul and recruiting me. But their failure to adapt their culture stifled any chance of me succeeding. Inevitably, I was fired after my first year. And that stirred up a whole lot of mental shit I wasn't prepared for. Ray's call to action. Doodle in the margins of your life. Sometimes the best ideas don't fit within the lines. Kick to the curb. The illustration is a stylized pulp fiction art digital painting of a red-haired man sitting on a curb, stunned after his Jaguar veered into oncoming traffic right in front of Hollywood High School. I called Anna Mae. I was fired, I told her. Congratulations, she said, not missing a beat. She knew how absolutely miserable I was in that job. Returning home to the California desert felt like a sigh of relief after the suffocating hustle of New York City. The constant bustle with people everywhere, the towering skyscrapers, it was all too much. I yearned for the serene expanse of the desert and the comforting sight of Joshua trees. Yet even with the warm desert sun watching over me, I was deeply depressed. I didn't leave the house for weeks at a time. I decided to take 6 months to a year all to myself. In a fit of nerves, I began purging some of my belongings. It was an irrational urge to declutter in preparation for the possibility of a sudden move. Ridiculous, I know, but an itch I couldn't help scratching. Loading up my Jaguar with unused computer equipment, I made my way to Hollywood High School to donate. The school was at Sunset and Highland. I drove past the Hollywood Bowl, right on Franklin, left on Highland, and across Hollywood Boulevard. Approaching the Highland entrance, I began to steer my car into the parking area. However, a moment of sheer terror followed as my hands seemed to lose control, steering the vehicle sharply to the left and into oncoming traffic. My heart raced as I desperately tried to regain control, slamming on the brakes just in time to avoid a catastrophic collision with a dump truck barreling towards me. The symphony of blaring horns and angry shouts filled the air as I swerved onto a side street, my body trembling with adrenaline. What the fuck was that? As I sat on the curb, sweat rolling down my face and my chest heaving, I realized it was another subconscious seizure. Only after a good 15 minutes of deep breaths and introspection did the pieces fall into place. The mere act of turning into a high school parking lot triggered a visceral response, a flood of memories from a past I had long tried to bury. For me, high school had been a battleground fraught with danger and emotional turmoil. The scars of those experiences still lingered, buried deep within my subconscious mind. In that moment of panic, it was as if my subconscious had taken control, refusing to allow me to drive into a similar environment that had once posed a threat to my well-being. It was a sobering reminder of the enduring impact that past trauma can have on our present lives. Hollywood High School never did receive my donation of computers and equipment. I reached out to my psychiatrist in Los Angeles, whom I'd seen in the past, looking for some clarity and guidance. After a thorough evaluation and discussion of my history, he diagnosed me with complex post-traumatic stress disorder, CPTSD, a condition caused by prolonged exposure to trauma, in my case bullying. I wasn't exactly thrilled with this diagnosis, but hoped it would lead to some healing. A game of trial and error with various antidepressants followed over the next 5 years or so. I tried all of them: Paxil, Lexapro, Zoloft, Wellbutrin, and several others that I'm forgetting. Each offered temporary relief, but caused unwelcome side effects. Eventually, I found a semblance of stability with a combination of Prozac and Cymbalta. The big drawback for me is the medication's tendency to increase my appetite, which had an undeniable impact on my weight. I've often wondered how I'd do without my meds, but then I see the horror videos on YouTube of people trying to wean themselves off of antidepressants, and it's an excruciating ordeal. I've reconciled myself to the fact I'll probably be taking them the rest of my life. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder is a psychological disorder that can develop due to prolonged or repeated trauma over months or years, such as bullying. PTSD is typically associated with a single traumatic event. It encompasses a range of symptoms, including difficulty with emotional regulation, consciousness, self-perception, and relationship with others. In the grip of CPTSD, the mere act of driving into a high school parking lot triggered an intense psychological reaction. My body tensed in a fight or flight moment, and my hands steered the car into oncoming traffic away from the school's entrance to protect me from trauma I'd experienced in high school. It's a clear sign that hypervigilance had become a constant in my life. This moment encapsulated the essence of CPTSD, not merely a recall of memories, but a re-experiencing of trauma so vivid and all-consuming that the boundary between past and present blurs, compelling me to escape, to avoid not just a place, but the avalanche of emotions it unleashes. Jagger. The illustration is a Baroque oil-on canvas of a well-dressed, red-haired man standing next to his dog, a long-haired German Shepherd Chow mix. People come into your life exactly when they're supposed to. Sometimes dogs do too. A puppy literally walked right into my front door when I left it open to bring in some groceries, and he never left. I named him Jagger. He was a German Shepherd and Chow mix. He was most likely about 6 months old, had a very fluffy coat, and left no clue where he came from. I'd always wanted a dog, but was always afraid of committing. Jagger committed for me. He found me. He was an excellent friend, companion, and mentor. Our adventures together could fill an entire book. When I was held hostage in my house by depression, I would only leave to take Jagger for his daily run through the wide open fields all around us. While I avoided rattlesnakes, he spent hours chasing jackrabbits. He never caught one, and eventually he'd finally scamper back to me, completely out of breath, spent, barely able to walk home. He was in heaven. And that lifted my veil of depression dramatically. I always wished I was half the man Jagger thought I was. Dog days of depression. Inviting Jagger in was a lifesaver. He offered unconditional love and companionship, combating the loneliness and worthlessness I often felt in depression. The routine of caring for a dog brought structure and a sense of purpose, essential for someone navigating the murky waters of depression. Regular walks and playtime with Jagger naturally boosted my physical activity, releasing mood-elevating endorphins, which can alleviate feelings of isolation. Petting a dog reduces stress hormones and increases oxytocin levels, offering emotional regulation and relief. Ultimately, the responsibility of caring for a dog magnified my self-worth and provided a meaningful sense of being needed, contributing significantly to my psychological recovery from serious depression. I loved coming home when Jagger was there waiting for me. He practically did cartwheels. Roller Coaster Revelation. The illustration is a classic Pulp Fiction digital art magazine cover of a man with long, flowing red hair and his gray-haired father sitting in the front seat of a roller coaster as it's racing down a giant hill. It's almost bewildering, a revelation in the roller coaster relationship with my father that took nearly a half-century to dawn on me. It's a truth so simple yet so unforeseen. Perhaps my father did love me in his way, but there's no doubt that he did not like me. It recently dawned on me that deep down, I suspect he harbored suspicions about my sexuality, and that created a chasm the size of the Grand Canyon between us that lasted until his death. It's an aching irony, intimately connected to the puzzle, yet utterly blind to its solution. Now, as the pieces finally click together, I have a sense of clarity and maybe even closure, tinged with sadness. A life lesson from Ray. There's a unique peace in realizing you're evolving into someone you respect. It's the soul's way of whispering, "Well done." Gallery 12. Hello, hello. Scooby-Doo moments. The illustration is a Baroque classical oil-on-canvas image. A beautiful woman and a red-haired man dressed in Victorian-era clothes are inside a gorgeous mansion. They're following a ghost, as paparazzi are everywhere taking photographs. People come into your life exactly when they're supposed to. In 2005, I stumbled upon a figure whose presence would reshape my trajectory in ways I never imagined. Her name? Lisa Williams, a captivating, spiky-haired British medium clairvoyant with an awesome ability to communicate with spirits. She was enchanting and quirky, evoking raw emotion and connecting with people on a profound level. As a seasoned TV producer, I couldn't help but see the potential for something extraordinary. Teaming up with my business partner, Andrew, we decided to shoot a TV pilot in Manhattan to capture the essence of Lisa's gift. From the serene stillness of Ground Zero to a Gilded Age estate in Long Island with some creepy Scooby-Doo moments, each location was a breathtaking adventure into the supernatural. And the result? A TV pilot that defied expectations, a tantalizing glimpse into a world that's all around us. With the help of our agents at William Morris, we soon found ourselves on the brink of something incredible. A TV show that not only captivated audiences, but also propelled Lisa to international stardom. Her show, Lisa Williams' Life Among the Dead, was a first in a whirlwind of reality, game, and court shows that followed. Along with money, private jets, yachts, parties, and all the trappings of the Hollywood lifestyle. Fortunately, those trappings were fleeting, as living large leads to lawyers and lawsuits, and bag after bag of bullshit that I wanted no part of. I don't know if the rejection I experienced from being bullied played a role in my attitude, but I simply had no interest in pursuing that lifestyle and those people. It was a great taste, but I was very cautious not to lose my soul to this industry because it took so goddamn long for me to find my soul. I retreated to my Mojave Desert home to reassess. The friendship I formed with Lisa proved to be the ultimate reward. In an industry where uncertainty looms large, she stood as a symbol of genuine authenticity, reminding me that extraordinary voyages often begin with a simple encounter. Life Among the Dead. Shooting the TV pilot Life Among the Dead with Lisa was the most awesome experience in my TV producing career. At Ground Zero, Lisa actually talked to souls who had lost their lives on 9/11. She contacted a man who died, who we later found out was the college roommate of a guy we sold the show to at Lifetime. It was a stunning revelation. We had a seance in the creepy mansion of Frank Winfield Woolworth, who kept saying, "Get out of my house." Lisa stunned Monica, his biographer, when she revealed Mr. Woolworth was deaf in one ear. Monica says she never included that fact in any of her books, nor his connection to the Emperor Napoleon. Mr. Woolworth believed he was the reincarnation of Napoleon and owned pieces from the Emperor's estate, which Lisa identified unprompted. A stunning moment came when, during a reading, Lisa said somebody was coming through who needed to talk to Andrew, my business partner, immediately. Lisa says the man was a friend of Andrew's and had died in a motorcycle accident. Andrew was stumped, as he hadn't lost any friends in a motorcycle accident. Literally moments later, Andrew receives a call on his cell from someone informing him that a friend of his had just died in a motorcycle accident in Los Angeles. It was jaw-dropping. Working with Lisa revealed all kinds of universal coincidences that have astounded me. Dismiss her at your own risk. She's got an extraordinary gift and is a wonderful person. Guilty pleasure. The illustration is a black and white manga drawing of a man backstage at a concert shaking hands with a rock star. When I decided to return to television, I took on the role of vice president and general manager responsible for launching TVG, a Fox sports network. The mission was innovative, revitalizing horse racing, a sport perceived as dying, by engaging a younger audience. Our groundbreaking strategy allowed viewers to place bets using their remote control right before broadcasting the races live. The cornerstone of this approach was education. We aimed to demystify the art of handicapping races. To achieve this, I recruited charismatic hosts and knowledgeable racing experts who captivated our audience and gave viewers the confidence to wager. By the end of my third year, this vision had propelled TVG to an unprecedented valuation of $3 billion, setting a new industry benchmark. My success at the network, where I had the authority and backing to create the types of shows I knew would work and succeed in this format, made me realize that what went down at GMA was something out of my control. I was hired to do a job and wasn't permitted to do that job. Simple as that. Chalk it up as a learning experience. I orchestrated a fun-filled weekend for my key TV executives, taking them to Las Vegas for a really cool experience. A friend of mine, Rock Voisin, a globally celebrated singer-songwriter I first met during his mesmerizing performance on the KTLA show and later when he guested on GMA, invited me to his concert at the Venetian. I escorted my team backstage for a series of personal introductions. As they headed to their seats, I lingered backstage, absorbing the atmosphere. There, in that maze of corridors and dressing rooms, I encountered another friend I've hung out with many times, the legendary David Cassidy, waiting to talk with Rock. Seeing him again made the moment surreal, instantly transporting me back to the Christmas of 1971, when I first uncovered a Partridge Family album beneath the Christmas tree. This memory marked the beginning of a lifelong, albeit roll-the-car-windows-up, private appreciation for their music. Talking with David again, I couldn't help but share my admiration for his impeccable pop vocal talent and the enjoyment his music has brought me over the years. David opened up about his odyssey to accept his iconic role as Keith Partridge. He shared how embracing his teen idol image took years, revealing that he now proudly incorporates numerous Partridge Family hits into his live performances. This heartfelt exchange confirmed that I wasn't alone in my quest to accept the Partridge Family music as a guilty pleasure. As it turns out, the very star of the show, David, took the same path himself. Ladies in Waiting. The illustration is a hyper-realistic gothic fantasy digital painting of a red-haired boy shocked at seeing the ghosts of two little girls standing on a stairway inside an abandoned old school. Around this time, I got a call from my sister, Christy. She had read in the newspaper that they had just bulldozed that creepy chapel and the entire complex that was once a home for troubled girls. I mourned its demise, and still do. That place had some power over me that I will never comprehend. Perhaps I was one of those girls in a previous life. After what Christy told me, I was so happy I visited that place one last time, a year earlier when I was home for Christmas. I drove to the complex and took dozens of photos of the outside in total disrepair. Broken windows, a roof caved in, and overgrown vegetation. It was then, right there in the driveway, that I came to a stunning realization. How could I have been so blind? Those girls I saw that night playing with dolls on the abandoned steps weren't the kids of somebody in the drum and bugle corps. They were ghosts. They lived and died there. Were they watching me from the shadows when I took pictures of their abandoned home? I felt such despair for those young souls and all the others who are trapped there. Now that the buildings are torn down, it doesn't mean those spirits are released. They still linger inside in the many parallel dimensions where the buildings still stand empty and abandoned. Columbine Blooms. The illustration is a pointillism oil on canvas of a red-haired man sitting amid a bunch of columbine blooms with his hands over his face, crying. When I first heard the breaking news from Columbine, I immediately thought, oh God, the bullies are fighting back. While bullying may not be the triggering motive in all school shootings, it is undoubtedly a key factor in many. I have discovered firsthand the profound psychological scars bullying leaves on the psyche. The relationship between school shootings and bullying is a complex and multifaceted issue that has garnered significant attention from researchers, educators, and policymakers alike. Some studies have suggested a link between being a victim of bullying and an increased risk of retaliatory violence, including school shootings. This potential connection underscores the importance of addressing bullying proactively in schools, with strategies that include fostering a positive school climate, implementing comprehensive anti-bullying policies, and providing support and intervention for both victims and perpetrators of bullying. It is crucial to note that the vast majority of individuals who are bullied do not engage in violent acts. School shootings are the result of a complex interplay of factors beyond just bullying. Factors such as access to firearms, mental health issues, family dynamics, and societal influences also play critical roles in the emergence of these tragic events. I never once considered violence as a way out of my predicament. Despite all that's happened to me, I haven't found an insatiable desire for revenge against my bullies. Violence is never the answer, and I grieve for all the bullied and the bullies who got caught up in the crossfire. A life lesson from Ray. Every gust of wind through my hair whispers, let go, move forward. Gallery 13, Empowered Evolution. Cocksure. The illustration is a classic Western modern realism oil on canvas of two cowboys, one with red hair and the other wearing a cowboy hat. They are handling and admiring each other's revolvers. It's a peculiar dance I find myself in, this constant tug of war between my two selves. On one hand, there's the version of me that strides confidently into the TV studio. My self-esteem soars to unprecedented heights in my television career, hitting a healthy 100%. Years of hard work, dedication, and undeniable success have sculpted me into a formidable force in the industry. I walk tall, assured of my abilities, and enjoy the admiration of my colleagues. But don't confuse self-esteem with ego. People often tell me they assumed I'd have a runaway ego before meeting me, and are pleasantly surprised to find I'm quite the opposite. I pride myself on that. But then there's the other side of me, the one that's haunted by the echoes of the past. The scars of bullying run deep, etching insecurities into the very fabric of my being. In my personal life, my self-esteem plummets, a stark, unhealthy contrast to the confident person I am at work. Despite outward appearances, I struggle with a sense of unworthiness, a nagging belief that I'm fundamentally flawed and undeserving of love and happiness. Living in Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York was like being handed a golden ticket to a never-ending carousel of intriguing men from all walks of life. Actors, musicians, publicists, managers, authors, cops, politicians, doctors, psychiatrists, you name it. I've probably dated someone in that profession. Energy and opportunity made it almost too easy for me to find myself caught up in whirlwind romances with some genuinely amazing, talented, creative, famous, and successful people. I might have been somewhat arrogantly confident, cocksure, pun intended, back when I was young, in shape, and enjoying my body. But those relationships were all destined to be fleeting. Doubt and insecurity persisted like a stubborn shadow, eating at my self-worth and destroying any semblance of trust with my partners. No matter how dazzling the connection, I couldn't shake the fear that I was simply unworthy of love. The result, I'm now alone by choice. I'm no longer chasing external validation. I find my strength in my independence, or perhaps isolation. I'm grateful to be out of the fast lane because it's a road to nowhere. Please don't mistake my contentment for loneliness. I'm anything but lonely. On my own, I found a sense of wholeness and completeness that no fleeting romance could ever provide. I'm at peace with who I am, and I don't seek validation from others to define my worth. I'm happy being unattached, and I'm making strides every day to learn to love and accept myself exactly as I am. Coping mechanism, role identity. I have two distinct self-images of myself in different contexts, one from my personal life and one from my professional life. Role identity refers to the characteristics, behaviors, and attitudes I've adopted for each role. I'd rate my self-esteem at a solid 10 out of 10 in my professional life. I'm 100% confident in my ability to produce compelling content. My self-esteem in my personal life hovers somewhat lower. You can figure out how I arrived there. Each role can have its own identity, allowing me to switch between these roles depending on the context, a phenomenon known as role switching. While having different self-images in various aspects of life is common and can be a healthy way to navigate complex social environments, extreme difficulty in integrating these aspects can sometimes lead to stress or identity conflict. The balance and integration of these different self-images are critical topics of interest in psychology, aiming to understand how individuals maintain their sense of identity and well-being across diverse life domains. Lying to us on purpose. The illustration is a hyper-realistic, fantastic digital painting of two mermen, one with long flowing red hair, the other with long flowing black hair, swimming amid porpoises on a gorgeous coral reef. We've been lied to. Secrets have been kept from us. Only recently have zoologists begun revealing a long-kept secret about the animal kingdom, that same-sex activity is the norm, not the exception. Wildlife experts have documented more than 1,500 species and counting of insects, mammals, and sea creatures who engage in non-reproductive same-sex behavior all the time, even when opposite-sex partners are ready, willing, and able. Zoologists throughout the last century witnessed homosexual activity frequently, but chose to ignore it because the facts didn't fit in with societal norms. What did they find? Male dolphins orally pleasure each other throughout the day. Male Yangtze finless porpoises have same-sex behaviors 70% of the time, even with willing females available. King penguins of both sexes prefer partners of the same sex. Bonobo chimpanzees will have sex with female or male partners, and they do it all day long. Male savanna baboons form long-term same-sex relationships. Deep-sea octopuses enjoy male-on-male coupling 2 miles down. Parasitic wasps play sex games with both sexes. Female Japanese macaques form intense partnerships with other females, and even when males are constantly approaching them for sex, the females stick together and refuse until their reproductive instincts kick in. Bats, mallards, cows, elephants, giraffes, wolves. Homosexuality is completely normal throughout the animal, fish, and insect kingdom. Birds are doing it. Bees are doing it. I suspect none of these species reads a Bible, right? Aristotle described same-sex copulation between pigeons, partridges, and quails in 322 BC. Charles Darwin is said to have known about same-sex activities between animals, but chose to ignore it because it didn't fit in with his theories of evolution. He knew rhesus monkeys of both sexes had homosexual interactions consistently. You won't find it in his research. I've spent a good part of my life trying to reconcile my humanity with my sexuality. Only as I grew older did I realize that I'm not diseased, not aberrant, not a freak of nature. I'm completely normal. Lady Gaga was right. We are born this way. I didn't choose my sexuality any more than you chose yours. Why didn't our teachers teach us that? Why didn't our ministers reveal this at the pulpit? Why didn't our gods mention this in our Bibles? Simple. Knowledge empowers. Ignorance enslaves. We are surrounded by straight-acting sharks with agendas. Knowledge leaves them toothless. Lest you be judged. On May 13, 2010, Declan McMahon was executed by the state of Ohio for his 1983 killing and shooting spree that earned him the name the Hitchhiker Killer in the media. He was put to death by lethal injection. He spent nearly 25 years on death row. He claimed to have had a spiritual conversion. Declan accepted a responsibility for what he had done and asked God to erase the pain he had caused his victims. I can't help but wonder if those years in high school when he was bullied, or those same years being bullied, led him down a road to his ultimate fate. It's not for us to judge. I have no ill will toward Declan. I forgave him for the bullying years ago. He was 48 years old. On a side note, I believe we all go to the same place when we pass on, which is why I didn't depict Declan riding a down escalator. When we arrive at our final destination, we face the ultimate judge, ourselves, stripped of pretense and ego. Awakening. The illustration is a surrealism and fantasy digital painting of a male angel with long flowing red hair and gorgeous white wings, flying high above the earth. Many of us are on a pilgrimage toward healing. The sources of pain in our lives seem so plentiful. Bullying, sexual and domestic violence, depression, anxiety, illness, struggles with racial, gender, or sexual identity. Each of us seeks our path to relieve the pain and find relief. Some find healing within faith communities, while others turn to family, self-care, and exercise, yoga, professional therapy, or mindfulness practices. Unfortunately, some resort to more harmful coping mechanisms like substance abuse, alcohol, and other addictions. My voyage with the help and guidance of Lisa Williams has led me towards embracing spirituality to find healing. It's been transformative. At first, it was a flicker of hope, a whisper in the chaos of my mind. I turned to meditation. I learned to quiet the noises of negativity, and I've been able to find moments of peace amid the storm. As I explored spirituality, I discovered profound truths about myself and the world around me. I am a spiritual being first. I'm in human form now, but I'll return to spirit. I learned that the words or actions of others do not define me. I'm defined by the light that shines within me. That light is my actual being. I found strength in my vulnerabilities, recognizing that they are not weaknesses, but pathways to growth and understanding. Spirituality and this awakening process are teaching me the power of forgiveness. Forgiving myself is the toughest. I have been one of my biggest bullies, but I'm letting go of the anger, resentment, and bitterness that have weighed me down for many years. I consciously embrace compassion, empathy, and gratitude instead. It's tough for someone like me who would rather hang out in his mind, but it's a conscious choice. I'm working to be in the moment. And in doing this, I'm freeing myself from the past, allowing some healing roots to flourish. Today, as I reflect on this quest, I am incredibly grateful for the lessons that bullying taught me, for without them, I wouldn't have walked this road to spiritual awakening and self-discovery. I am no longer a casualty of my past. I'm a survivor empowered by wisdom, resilience, and spirituality. But however empowered I may be, sometimes you can't be prepared for what comes next. I'll remember for you. The illustration is a post-impressionistic oil on canvas of a man with red hair holding his hand out as a robin lands in his palm. In 2015, it was time. I sold my house and moved home to be with my mother, Anna Mae. She was diagnosed with Lewy body dementia. I wanted to spend whatever remaining time we had with her together since I'd spent so much time of my life elsewhere. Her husband, Barry, a British fellow who married her in 1995, did most of the heavy lifting. I provided the moral support. Barry, by all accounts, was an angel sent directly from heaven to guide us all through this. I remember the night Barry and I sat Anna Mae down in the living room to tell her she had a form of Alzheimer's disease. She started crying as we told her she'd start to forget things. She said, "But I don't want to forget anything." I promised her, "I'll remember for you." She did forget things. She'd forgotten that she lived here with us and insisted she had to go home. So I'd take her. Barry and I would bundle her up, get her purse, put her in a car, and I would drive around the block, sometimes stopping for ice cream. When we'd returned to the house, she was grateful that I took her home to Barry, none the wiser. At other times, she'd forget me altogether. I'm well aware it was just symptoms of the disease, but when my mother looked at me and there was no twinkle of recognition in her eyes, I felt like an orphan. I grieved. Anna Mae was not someone who would ever forget her children. It's a wicked disease. Frequently, I'd retreat to the back porch for a cigarette. There, perched upon the ledge near the roofline, a robin would faithfully return each spring to build her nest. When I stepped out, the vigilant robin would dart away from her nest in a flurry of feathers, only to return moments later with fierce determination. She'd swoop straight toward me, veering away at the last possible moment, in a valiant attempt to scare me away from her nest and safeguard her newly hatched chicks. She was relentless, and I admired that. Her aerial maneuvers mirrored the unwavering devotion of Anime, who, much like that robin, would stop at nothing to shield us, her children, from harm's reach. But she couldn't protect us from ourselves. Well, I had told my siblings many years ago, I never told Anime that I was gay. I was an absolute pathetic coward in that regard. There were so many times I tried, but I always backed down. The shame was far too great. For me, telling her who I was would be like openly admitting that all the things those bullies called me for all those years were in fact true. Technically, I suppose they were. But I didn't have the strength to admit that to myself, much less her. I know Anime would have embraced me entirely, and she'd probably love me all the more for it. But I never gave her that opportunity to grow. It's the one regret of my life. Anime died at home on August 13th, 2021, with Barry, her children, and many grandchildren surrounding her. She departed from this world without ever knowing the depths of my truth, a silence that now echoes in my heart until I see her again. Ray's profound truth. Knowledge empowers. Ignorance enslaves. Choose your weapon wisely. Gallery 14. Reflections. Embrace your brilliance. The illustration is a surrealism and fantasy oil on canvas of a red-haired man with long flowing hair embracing a complete stranger. Embrace your brilliance. Recognize the power of your words and use them for change. Wrap yourself around a stranger. Splash in puddles of possibility. It's so empowering and so healing. If I should meet you on the street someday or in the grocery store, please don't come up to me and say something like, "Ray, I'm so sorry for all that you've been through." Or, "Ray, I read your story and I'm appalled at how some people can be." Instead, say something like, "Dude, congratulations on surviving. That's so awesome. Blind me with your bliss." The Bullied. The illustration is a neoclassical oil on canvas of a red-haired boy being punched in the mouth by a black-haired boy as bystanders look on. In this life, I made a conscious decision not to have children. Consequently, I lack first-hand experience raising kids free from the shadow of bullies, and I certainly empathize with parents who face this challenge. My perspective is solely rooted in my own experiences as someone who has been bullied. I don't claim expertise in preventing bullying. My only expertise is surviving bullying. With that disclaimer in mind, I offer some reflections on mitigating the impact of bullies in the future. Bully prevention begins with parents. I believe, like racism, homophobia, and all the other reasons we choose to hate each other, bullying is often something kids learn from their parents. Kids watch a parent bullying a spouse or someone else. Or perhaps like me, kids become the victim of bullying by their mother or father. The cycle comes full circle when the kids themselves become bullies. Parents of bullies need to take a hard look at themselves to determine if their actions are incentivizing their kids to bully. In my own childhood, I desperately tried to conceal my bullying ordeal from my family, but signs like self-imposed isolation, chronic sadness, nightmares, and loss of appetite should have raised red flags. My mother was a stay-at-home mom raising 5 kids, and I'm a much more rounded and grounded person because she took the time to raise me. That's a full-time job in itself. Parents must prioritize their role in raising their children. The way I see it, it's the mom's job to be the nurturer, the cheerleader, and the provider of unconditional love. The father's job is to have their kids back, to prepare them for going out into the world free of fear. That includes teaching them how to defend themselves. These roles are critical, but can also be like walking a tightrope. My experience has been that fathers who go too far in supporting their boys with no boundaries tend to raise bullies. My father offered no support and raised a victim. Enrolling me in self-defense or martial arts classes could have empowered me with practical skills and self-confidence. Establishing achievable goals with children and following through with self-defense is essential. While we live in a litigious society where resorting to physical violence is not advocated, knowing how to defend ourselves can serve as a deterrent to bullies. And let me say it, if I had that confidence, the confidence to learn how to throw a punch and take a hit, I would have been much more confident in defending myself against bullies without escalating it to a physical altercation. Hold school administrators accountable. So many schools tout their zero-tolerance policies, yet fail to act. Kids are killing themselves. Kids are killing their bullies. And even today, just like when I was bullied in the 1970s, kids aren't reporting bullying because so-called zero-tolerance policies don't have any teeth, and retribution is sure to follow for any kid who squeals. We still have teachers like Mr. His Name is Insignificant, who have a zero balls policy and refuse to control their classrooms. We need serious people to create serious solutions. Schools need to invest in some right brain rain ideas to develop initiatives and programs that actually incentivize bullies to stop and incentivize bystanders to take action. The bottom line for me is this. If I had thrown 1 or 2 punches in 3rd or 4th grade, yeah, I may have been punished by a nun for doing so, but those bully cowards would have left me alone. Word would have gotten around that I don't take anybody's shit, and school would have been a completely different experience for me. Transformation. The illustration is a contemporary classic Baroque oil on canvas of a man with long flowing red hair wearing a tunic and surrounded by Greek statues of biblical figures. A profound transformation has taken place within me. The wounds inflicted by bullies during my school years seemed impossible at times, casting a dark shadow over my sense of self-worth and belonging. Even though the bullying stopped when I left high school, the trauma of those experiences followed me into adulthood, manifesting as anxiety, depression, PTSD, and a pervasive sense of disconnection from myself and others. It wasn't until I came out to myself about my sexuality that I reached a point to seek help in hopes of gaining some perspective. I'm no longer in therapy, but I take antidepressants. They stabilize my moods and alleviate the debilitating symptoms of depression. The decision to take medication was not without its challenges. And because SSRIs are very difficult to wean yourself from, I often wonder if I should have waited longer to see how my symptoms progressed before I started taking them. In any event, I resigned myself to the idea that I'll be swallowing a few of them daily for the rest of my life. It's vital to maintain meds management. I also discovered the power of meditation. Through mindfulness, I learned to quiet the constant chatter of my mind and connect with my right now. Meditation helps me focus my thoughts and emotions, leading to an inner peace. With each breath, I find myself letting go of the past and embracing whatever comes next. Yet perhaps the most profound aspect of my healing quest has been integrating spirituality into my life. Through exploration and introspection, I began to reconnect with a deeper sense of purpose and meaning. I found solace in the belief that my experiences were not in vain, but rather an integral part of my path towards growth and self-discovery. Drawing upon the wisdom of spiritual teachings, I learned to forgive others and myself, releasing all that resentment and bitterness that weighed me down for so long. I am proud to say that I have forgiven all the bullies from my past, including Mr. His Name is Insignificant, and everyone in my speech class, the boys in the shower, those nuns, and even myself. I don't plan to leave this life with anger or bitterness. I believe I chose my father and mother before birth, and I suspect my father's behavior was part of the plan, something I'm supposed to learn a lesson from in this life. Whether my father was playing a role I asked him to play, or if his behavior was of his own accord, I forgive him. I never thought I'd get here. There will always be scars from my past. They won't all go away. They serve as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit. And even though the road ahead will always bring new sets of challenges, I walk there with strength, courage, and hope. Bottom line, I am how I am. Color Your World: How to Create Your Own Digital Masterpieces. The illustration is a surrealism and fantasy digital painting of a man with long flowing red hair, surrounded by magical splashes of color and paintbrushes, celebrating the art of creating. All of the artwork contained in this book was created by me with the help of artificial intelligence. Each piece has become like one of my own children, unique, breathtaking, and profound. Compiling this book, merging the text and the images, took entirely too long because I spent so much time just gazing at the images. I get lost in the stories they tell and striking new details I notice each time I look at them. I'm getting many of them transferred to canvas and will hang them on my walls to document the reframing of my life experience. They are scenes from my life, reframed in ways only I could imagine, and they make me incredibly happy. Creating these images was indescribably healing for me. Remembering a traumatic event, recreating it, turning it on its head, has allowed me to see these events with a new perspective. One of my favorite images, Purple Predators, is a perfect example of my right brain creating metaphors to retell a story. My high school colors were purple and white, so I came up with the idea of showing a red-haired boy representing me next to a pond where a purple predator, a hungry alligator, was ready to pounce. Rarely, if ever, have I gotten the picture perfect on the first try. It takes lots of imagination, lots of precise prompts, and lots of patience to create each scene in your story. But finally, when an awesome artwork appears, my heart skips a beat, telling me that is the image meant for me. It's now time for you to start creating your own life images, and in the process, reframing some of your own trauma on your quest for healing. There are many so-called text-to-image generators on the internet. I've tried Google Cloud, Microsoft Bing, Midjourney, and half a dozen others. But my absolute favorite is DALL-E, that's DALL-E, the text-to-image creator developed by OpenAI. As part of the ChatGPT program, I believe you can actually create some images free with the platform, but I pay a modest monthly fee, which allows me to create as many images as I want, without being charged for credits or paying per picture like some services require. With DALL-E, I also own the artwork. That allows me to publish them in this book free of charge. Beware of some services that retain ownership of the pictures you create. So when you get to the ChatGPT DALL-E prompt, it's up to you to tell AI what to create. A typical prompt for me would be like this. Prompt: create a 1792 by 1024 landscape photorealistic scene of a 10-year-old red-headed boy with long flowing hair, resting at a pond where he is reaching down to scoop up some water in his hands. He doesn't see the purple alligator, barely visible above the water and waiting to strike. That would be a typical first prompt for me, and then I would add more detail after seeing the result. Keep in mind, every image DALL-E creates is a one-off. Even if you get your first image back and add a new prompt like, no, make the boy's hair blonde, you get a whole new image, not the same image as before with the boy's hair now colored blonde. This is something incredibly frustrating because every image is an original. After getting an image, I would often prompt, try again, over and over, until I got an image I loved. You can also prompt DALL-E to create the scene as an impressionist painting, anime, or any other art style you can think of. The results are often jaw-dropping. Text-to-image creation is not perfect. When the image I titled Awakening appeared on my screen, I was overjoyed at its magnificence. Then, looking closer, the dude had 6 fingers on one hand. I was heartbroken. Then I sent the image to my brother Jay, desperately hoping he could Photoshop out the extra finger, and he fixed it flawlessly. This happens frequently, and Jay has altered many of my images in this book slightly to fix an AI goof. Check out another image I loved but didn't use. AI kept putting the Cub Scout necktie on the back of the Scout. It could have been Photoshopped out, but I just got frustrated and moved on. It's funny, I will chew out DALL-E in the prompt space for repeating the same mistakes over and over again. And its reply is, you can use a graphics program to adjust the photo. I've had many arguments with DALL-E when it would tell me it can't create an image because it's against policy standards. It's not like I was asking to create nudes, but even putting the word shirtless in a prompt triggers warnings, so be prepared for that. Oftentimes, if I replied with, this is not against policy, just create the damn image, it would actually create one. A cool feature you may not be aware of, you can upload a photo of your face, and AI will create a character with that face. Don't use a celebrity's face. You'll be bumped off the service. I would have considered using my own face in these portraits, but as we say in television, I have a face for radio, so all the faces in this book are my better-looking stand-ins. I strongly urge you to start creating. It becomes addicting very quickly, so be sure to walk away and take a break every once in a while. You'll be amazed at how this exercise just might relieve some of your trauma by facing it head-on and reframing it. Hair-raising dedication. The illustration is an impressionist oil on canvas of a diverse group of kids, arm in arm, each with long, flowing, different colors of hair blowing freely in the breeze. Countless kids before and after me are survivors of bullies. That word survivor makes it sound as though we've conquered those demons. Surviving is, in fact, an ongoing process that is achieved one day at a time. I dedicate this book to us survivors, and more so to the many others who found only one means of escaping their bullies, by taking their own lives. I want to thank my three sisters, Sharon, Karen, and Christy, who provided shelter from the storm during those many years of secret tears. My profound apology to my younger brother, Jay, who became an accidental victim of my bullying during those dark days. To Barry, my late-in-life dad. To my friends, then and now, you know who you are, for those trips down the road and back again. And of course, to Jagger. 3 people deserve special recognition. One has been by my side for nearly 60 years, my mother, Anna Mae, who moved on in 2021. I attempted to hide every insult, every bruise, and every tear from you throughout my childhood. I was ashamed that I wasn't accepted as a regular kid, and I feared you would begin to look at me the way they looked at me. Your love is unconditional. Another has been my musical muse and my source of mental refuge for half a century. Corny, yes, but so true. My friend Olivia Newton-John, who moved on in 2022. Your records, yes everyone, LPs, remember those? Somehow encased me in a musical suit of armor that provided protection I couldn't find from any other source. I have been so lucky all these years later to have worked with you and to have shared with you how those precious 70s songs remain a security blanket on my smartphone to this day. I am honored to have played a role in the global TV success of British medium clairvoyant Lisa Williams. Your amazing gifts have had a profound effect on the man still emerging within me. Since the first day I called you out of the blue in England, and you answered the phone with, "I've been expecting your call," you could see right through me. It's so cliché, but you have truly altered the course of my life. To all of you, I gratefully dedicate this book. Raise profound truth. People come into your life exactly when they're supposed to, adding depth and richness to the unfolding story of our existence. This has been The Art of Being Bullied, reframing trauma one masterpiece at a time. Written by Raymond J. Bruni. Narrated by the author. Copyright 2024 by Right Brain Rain, LLC. Production copyright by Right Brain Rain, LLC.